Hey y'all, how's it going? Today is Thursday, and I decided on account of Thursday, well, that's not actually the reason. The reason is I need something to do today for a stream, and I decided to do Kaze. I should gesture in the direction of think. I decided to do Kaze and the Wild Masks. As you can see vaguely in this direction, there's the game out that way. Kaze and the Wild Masks is a super fun DKC like indie platformer. I would describe it basically as the Freedom Planet to Donkey Kong Country's Sonic. Is that how you used to do that? In the way that Freedom Planet is like an indie Sonic, this is an indie DKC and is very accurate and also very tight and has really good level design. It is great. Really, really great. I don't know I'd necessarily put it up against Tropical Freeze, but, you know, as far as like scope goes, it's not that. And you can see the last time I played through it all, I have, you know, in order to get like all the collectibles and all the hidden things in the game, it did take me like, oh wow, over 100 hours. So, you know, take that as you will. But also, to go through the whole game, it also could take as little as few as 2 hours if you're not going for everything. So that's basically the plan for tonight. The plan for tonight is to go through the whole game and, you know, in like the 2 hour span, any percent basically, and to have a good time. We should delete one of these files. I guess we delete this one. That one might be one I started on stream like way back, but never continued, never made a whole thing. Let's start fresh. As far as announcements go, I don't have much as far as that, but I do have one thing. I permanently wired in my couch mic. Previously, I had a wire that would go across the distance between the desk and over to where the couch is, you know, across like the walkway, and I would unplug it and replug it every time I was doing a stream. And that, you know, resulted in streams where I would forget, or streams where something would go wrong. And that's no longer going to be an issue because it's now, I ran a big long wire along the outside of the room, same as like the Ethernet is run basically. And it goes around the room to where the couch hits the wall on the opposite side of the living room, and comes out here, and then hits to the mic. So it's basically like 30-40 foot of wire in order to not cross a walkway, which is really nice and convenient. Also, I bundled up the wires that go across that wall. That includes such things as you know, the wire that goes out to the monitor, the preview monitor, the wire that goes out to the splitter for when I want to watch stuff on the TV from the computer. You know, like, I watch Netflix off the computer, but I watch it on the TV, that sort of thing. There's other wires in there, like the one from the capture card that goes along that wall. There's like the Ethernet, obviously, I mentioned the Ethernet, that's one of them. There's like a couple more that are all now bundled up and nice and kind of organized, which is good, which is a better state of affairs than just, you know, hanging loose, basically. Yeah, that's nice. One more thing, one more point. I mentioned the other day that I was looking forward to Marvel Snap, and sure enough, it's come out, and I got it right here. And it's fucking good. Oh my god. Fucking Ben Brode has done it again. Ben Brode and company. It's fantastic. It's super fun and compelling. And also, it has depth to it. And also, each game is like even shorter than Hearthstone. It's like 6 turns per game, and then it's over. And there's just a lot of you only have to choose like 12 cards to go into a deck. No duplicates or nothing. And you know, that amount of strategy is just like perfect, you know. And what's interesting is, I guess I should start with what is Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is a card battler wherein you have like 3 lanes, 3 different locations, and you are just trying to put cards into those locations in order to get enough more power than your enemy in 2 of 3 locations, and that is how you win. Or there's actually some cases where if you tie in a location, there'll be a tiebreaker based on who is ahead in the other location by the most points. But you know, that's basically how it works, and there's a lot of nuance because each location has like a random condition, right, or a random setup, right? Like one location might be like, oh, your what is essentially your battle cry cards, which is in this game on reveal, activate twice. So, you know, that's going to change your strategy. Or like, oh, 1-cost cards cannot be played in this location. Or, oh, this location, everything switches sides after like turn 3. So you're like, oh, the fuck do you deal with that? Some locations you can't play to them because it's like, oh, you play a card there, it'll get destroyed. So how the fuck do you deal with that? And you know, each card obviously, you know, they have special effects as well. They're also based on like Marvel guys. Also another thing is that it's like kind of limits the amount you can spend on it. You can't actually like whale out. Instead, the only way to get cards is by playing it and by upgrading the visuals of your cards. So they'll go from being like, ooh, it's just a regular card, to the first thing is like frame break. The art sort of breaks out of the frame. The next thing is like, oh, it becomes 3D. So when you tilt your phone around, the image will sort of shift around, all parallaxy, and it's pretty cool. And it's just very easy to play it for hours and hours and hours. So yeah, Marvel Snap, incredible game. I will say I have no plans on streaming it. I looked at the PC version and I realized, like, oh shit, this is just an Android app emulated. This is not suitable for the PC. It's kind of illegible because it is just like a slim portion of a horizontal monitor with really small text, which makes sense for a phone, but for a PC, that is not a good UI. That is a UX disaster, and I think it would be really hard to follow for y'all, the viewers at home, unless you had been playing it as well, and you knew all the cards that I know of, which, you know, is a big ask. The thing that is great about the game is that every time there's a new card that you haven't seen before, it's like, hey, new card, check this out. And it'll like full screen it, and it'll show you the card, and he'll have the effect written under it and shit. But if you're not playing it, and you're just reliant on someone else's game, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's Mrs. Marvel. Of course we know what she does. And you're gonna be like, what does Miss Marvel do? And you're just gonna be kind of backwards because it moves so fast, right? Because it's just 6 turns, and you can probably play a game of it in like 3 minutes. You'd be like, okay, well, I put down. Let me think of an example. I don't know the Marvel characters that well. I'll be like, oh yeah, I put down an Ant-Man. I put down an Ant-Man in here, and of course you know what Ant-Man does. I put down a Hawkeye and a Mantis, and oh, the Mantis. What the Mantis does is it's a 1-cost card that if you play it and your opponent plays something in the same area, you draw a card from their deck. So it's a fun card stealing card, and also it generates a card for you to use, but maybe not one that's ideal for you. Gives you some information. It's a pretty fucking good card. I like it. A lot of cards are like that, actually. There's a lot of cards where, like, oh, if you guess what your opponent does, you'll get some sort of stat boost. It's really cool. But also, like, I don't think you can really follow it. And maybe if I was going like, okay, I'm gonna play, maybe I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna play Ratchet in the second zone, and if I guess right, I'll get extra bonus damage on Ratchet. And also, we're really hoping that because the way that the location's revealed, they return one location reveals on turn 1, the next on turn 2, the next on turn 3. I am also hoping, playing it down in turn 2, in location 2 on turn 1, I am hoping to hell that that is not something bad. Like, there is one called the Space Throne, where you can only have one card in that location, and you don't want to put a 1-drop on the Space Throne. That is like, you see that, you're just like, oh god, concede right now. Oh, the other neat thing that's neat about the game, one last thing that's neat about Marvel Snap, there's like a double or nothing mechanic in the game, where you can be like at any time snap, and that raises the stakes. It's basically like double or nothing, and if the opponent concedes or like retreats, as it's called, they can, you know, just sort of fold, basically, similar to poker or whatever, or they can stay in and like go to the next round. At which point, like, you know, they would have to, if they retreated at that point, it would cost them more. And the way it works is that you can snap, they can snap, and at the end of the game, if you go to like the actual final turn, it also is the equivalent of a snap. So, you know, if you retreat at the start or before the end of the game, you just lose 1. But if you play to the end, it's 2. 2 of the things that like determine what match you are. If you snap, you can double it. So it would go from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, etc. And if they snap back, it would double again. So it would go from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 is the maximum. And it's pretty fun. You know, there's definitely been times where like they snap on me, and then you just see like, ah man, I got it. What the fuck? What are you thinking? I don't know why you snapped. That was a bad idea. You are not gonna win that. All right, let me get the stream up on the thing, on my stream monitor on my phone rather than Marvel Snap. I considered starting this stream by like me playing Marvel Snap on my phone, like just sort of being like not paying attention, like as a bit. But I decided it would be a little weird. I don't know. Let's play Kaze and the Wild Mask. We don't need any. We're just gonna play the original mode. Hang on, actually, my nails are all out of whack. I'm gonna nail clip them real fast. They're irritating me, you see. How? All right. All right, my nails are in a better order now. Sometimes I cut them a little too short and they hurt a little bit, and that always irritates me. But they'll grow back. It's fine. Let's play Kaze. This is a really, really, really good DKC-like indie platformer. It even has bonus games in the vein of DKZ2, wherein it'll have something like, you know, it'll be like collect the things, bash the baddies, and you know, reach the end, that sort of deal. It even has green banana bonuses, if you can believe it. But an interesting thing about it is that An interesting thing about it is that it has, the one difference is that you can retry without leaving the bonus game. So if you lose, you can retry. That said, we're just going to be doing any percent today. You know, we're just going to be blasting through, which, like I said earlier, last time I did that took me around an hour and a half. A little more than that, like an hour 40. So that's basically what I expect this here Kaze run to take. About an hour 40. So she's a rabbit. That's Kaze. I don't know what the guy's name is, but I think he got turned into our like power-up state. So when we have the little guy around us, we know we can take a hit without dying, basically. It'll make sense later. You know, I've discussed, like, what exactly game I would like to make if I were to make, like, a game of my own. And something like this, something like Kaze and the Wild Mass, that's probably pretty close to what I would want to make. Just an indie platformer that hewed very close to DKC, with very good level design and a lot of nice flow. And good game feel. That's important. It needs to feel good. This game does feel good. Alright, let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, there's our friend. So there's custom skins. We should choose one. Let's see. What do we want? Shadow. Okay, yeah, Shadow. Jungle, Moon, Destiny, Ghost. Okay, yeah, Ghost. Ghost looks cool. Does Ghost look cool? I don't know if Ghosts look cool. Hope y'all like Ghost. Hang on, can I still change? Hang on, let's change. I'm unsold on Ghost. Okay, here we go. It's gonna be Night. Look at that, it's purple. That's good. We're gonna be the dark bunny tonight. All right, Kaze. So you can see there's an area out here. This game, there's several types of collectibles you can get for each level. Basically, there's all these little guys. All these little guys. There's Kaze. And then there's also 2 bonuses in each level. And also, if you get through a level without taking any damage, that's also a thing. That also gives you a thing. There's also a time trial for each level. So, you know, that sort of gives you a lot of, I want to say replay value, where you can go through each level and really like get each of the things. Collect 100 of the little guys, the little banana equivalents. Get both of the bonus levels, and also get Kaze, and also no damage run, and also time trial. So I guess five things to do in each level, other than finishing. 6 things to do in each level. That's how you can spend 100 hours playing this game, if you so like. I also wanted to play this game because you know, I'm sort of at a point with my next Mario Maker level. Make that like shoulder button or something. Make it actually right. Let's go right shoulder for the. Can it be like? Down plus attack. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just down. Yeah, I wouldn't mind just like smashing down on the stick to be air smash because that's how it is in like Mario. But whatever. Let's try that. So, you obviously got a spin roll and it works sort of like the DKC one in that I think if you go through enemies it'll sort of chain together. Or like extend the distance it goes. You can also jump out of it if you do like a roll jump. It is nice. It's nice and good and you like it. I think this is a really good level. Has a lot of bits like this where like you're, you know, avoiding both the, you know, you're sort of maneuvering through the environment while avoiding the guys. That makes sense. I get kind of. I'm gonna go with A button for it actually. Let's go with A. Yeah. The ground pound is mostly for collecting collectibles, I guess. So I'm not sure we'll be seeing it all that often anyway. And look at that, we got no damage. That's what happens when you get no damage. You get like crown. One of the things we're collecting in each thing. Also here, if you get all the bonus levels, you can unlock an extra level per world. So, you know, that's 4 levels we just won't see. That's fine. Anyway, another thing I was thinking is that I really want to take my next Mario Maker level in a new direction. I think that it is time to kill my darlings and to give up the idea I was going for. So, I was hoping to maybe play through this game with the hopes of finding some new inspiration. You know, if ever you're in doubt and you don't know where to take it, play a really good platformer and think about what the best levels are and what makes a really good level in it. And see if you can maybe go for that in your own designs. One thing I do wonder playing this game is it has the classic K-A... It has Kong letters, basically, except they don't spell Kong. I guess a good question for me, as far as, like, if I ever were to make an indie platformer like this, would I do Kong letters, basically? But not, obviously not K-O-N-G, like another, spelling out another thing, or being another thing. I guess that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll tell you, I prefer Kong letters in, like, the DKC, the original sense of them, right? The original way that they worked. And that they were optional. They were optional things that you didn't have to collect. By the way, you can tell, but this level is very DKC. This game is very DKC. This is a Squawks level, right down to like, you fire coconuts, and they have us arcs very similar to coconuts in the game. The only difference is that you sort of have to stop to do them, or I don't know if you when you do them, you stop. You don't have to stop. It's a part of the thing that happens out automatically. Anyway, this is a Squawks level. I don't think my level's going to be a flying level, so it's not terribly relevant. But if ever I were to make another flying level in the next set of them, this sort of thing would be a good thing to look at. I've already done my flying level, though, my real proper flying level, I think. You know, in that style, in Smokestack Attack in World 3. So I don't think I need anything like that here. That's nice and small. Kinda hurty though. Alright. Vine Climb. This level has some stuff just like a little more DKC Returns, Tropical Freeze. It sort of has the zip line thing that Tropical Freeze has. But it also has these, which is very DKC3. You know, areas where you're climbing across the thing. You can also literally throw those guys. This part is very DKC3. And one thing I do wonder as I play this level, and I think about that kind of climbing level. Team Kayla is raiding with 51 people. Holy shit! Wow, look at all those rockets. I died. Look at all those bottle rockets going by. Hey, Kayla, what's... Not thinking. How's it going? What are you playing? Like Bags. Hey, how's it going? What are you playing, Kayla? Let me give you a shout-out. I'm gonna pause while I stand on a safe ledge. Shout out Team Kayla. Look at that. Resident Evil 4. Gotcha. Cool. You liking it? I remember you didn't like RE 2, did you? And RE 3, I forget where you came off on that, but I've heard RE 4 is a really good one. I've never played any of the. I've not played nearly any of the Resident Evil games myself, so I wouldn't know. But hope you're having fun, or at the very least, getting properly scared and shit. This is Kaze and the Wild Masks. It's an indie Donkey Kong Country like, very DKC flavored. You can see here I got a little jar and I'm throwing it in the manner of a barrel. Very good. This game is not super long, and I'm intending on finishing it tonight. I've played it before, and I think I can do it in around, say an hour and a half. And I basically just started, by the way. So I'm pretty early on. Y'all get to see some really nice levels. And also me jumping on, like, tomatoes and shit. All the enemies are, like, fruit. That's not true. They're vegetables in this game. This is a really good bit of design. And also, I'll say, like, for context, you know, I'm Mario Maker, Mario Maker stuff is sort of my main thing. And I'm working on a super world, so one of the reasons why I want to replay this game is I want to think about the kinds of levels that are really good in it, and try to think, like, if I can find any inspiration for my own making in this game. That's, like, one of the things I'm going into this wanting to do, like, sort of think about what kinds of levels you can make, what kind of levels are fun, and, most importantly, perhaps, what kind of levels is my super world lacking? Because that's probably the kind of level I should make for the next one. I also got other plans for tonight. I do a bunch of randomizers now and again, and I want to do a little bit of DK64 Randomizer later in the night, and that'll be with the Loading Zones Randomized. So basically, every time I walk in a door, you don't fucking know where I'll end up. I have some settings that I like for those, and I think I can do like a full thing of that in around 2 hours. So, you know, that'll be the plan for tonight. This in around 2 hours, and then after DK64 in around 2 hours, Randomizer. And I'll be going for 40 golden bananas. That'll be my goal in DK64. I think that sounds right. For a bunch of things that I have a bunch of plans in the near future. For like November, basically. And playing DK64 Randomizer is part of those plans. So, that is part of why I want to play it here tonight. And this is a really nice level, by the way. Basically, very stop and go station DKC. Oop. With some very nice avoiding of enemy patterns and shit. There's nothing like this in Mario Maker, though, so not exactly something I can do in Mario Maker. Maybe, I don't think. Question mark. let me tell you about these plans that I have. Let me tell you all about the plans for the next couple of weeks here. First off, first plan that I have is not that one. It's the streamiversary. November 2nd marks my 1 year of streaming. And for November 2nd, which is a Wednesday, I'm gonna do just a kind of long stream wherein I do two things. First off, viewer worlds, which is like viewer levels, but instead of moving on when I finish a level, I'll keep going until 15 minutes is expended. And then after that, either I finish the level I'm on, or I die, and then we move on in that case. In either way, in either case, we then move on to the next person, and, go from there, basically. And then we'll do that for like half the stream, maybe 3 hours or so. The other half, I'm gonna play Sonic Adventure 2, and every 5 lives, I will switch, every 5 lives, and they will not refresh at any time. I will switch from dark side to light side, and that'll be a bit of fun. For my Mario Maker streams, and for other streams I have this 5 life gimmick, where I'll have like 5 heads of characters at the bottom right of the screen, and for this I'm gonna have to find like, I'll have Shadow the Hedgehog heads. I'll have, each of the sides will have a different set of heads. So you'll have like Shadow, Eggman, Rogue, I guess Gamma for the dark side, and I don't know who for the 5th one. And for the light side, you'll have like you'll have Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, Big the Cat, and I'm thinking Vector the Crocodile. His name is Vector, right? That'll be the plan for the streamiversary, November 2nd, probably starting around 6 p.m. Other than that, the other plan I have is the Randomizer Roulette, which I'm doing for Extra Life sometime in November, probably a weekend. Probably like, say Saturday. I'm thinking the second week of November, but don't quote me on that yet. That's not nailed in. If you know Dan Reichert's the Randomizer, or the Retro Roulette, the Randomizer Roulette is pretty similar. Except it'll be fewer games. I have 4 randomizers lined up. I will set them up each such that they'll take me maybe 2 or 3 or 4 hours to beat. And in total, the stream will run 12 hours. And I'll try to beat all 4 of them within that span. Thank you for the follow, Forged in Flame. Much obliged. And you can see there I've got 4 randomizers planned. I've played a good amount of each randomizer, both to prepare and also because I like to play them, because randomizers are fun as fuck. And they make really good podcast games, by the way. I don't always stream every time I play them. Sometimes I just play them while watching a podcast or even a stream on occasion. I've done a randomizer while watching Battle Dome on Dan Reichert's channel, for instance, while watching him do that stuff. Battle Dome is over now, obviously, but you know what I mean. The 4 randomizers I got planned is Paper Mario, which first randomizer I really got into. Gonna do with 3 Star Spirits required. That should be a couple hours, 3 or 4. DK64 Randomizer, 40 golden bananas. I think that is plenty. You'll see the rules that I have set up for that, and we'll see how long that takes us tonight. I'm thinking it'll take around 2 hours, I think. Maybe we might need to raise up the banana count a little bit, but I feel like at a certain point, you can get bananas really quickly once you have all the moves. At which point, it's adding more golden bananas does not slow you down that much. So I think 40 is a good amount. Metroid Fusion Randomizer. I was thinking about having a second condition for that. Finish the game or beat Ridley, but it might be just good enough to have just finish the game as the requirement. Honestly, I've been trying it a few times off stream, and Metroid Fusion and Randomizer you can actually do in about an hour and a half if you get really good luck, or you're just you know where everything is and you know what you're doing. Whereas the first time it took me like maybe 6 hours, but that was just the first time. And finally, Minish Cap Randomizer. That has something called you know how there's kinstones in Minish Cap, right? In Minish Cap Randomizer, there's a mode where all those start out completed. So that basically adds a lot of places to check in that and makes the game quite rich. with places to check and things to find, which is quite nice. I think 2 elements is the right amount for that, and that'll take a few hours as well. I'm honestly pretty optimistic. I think right now, with what I know about each of these randomizers, I think we can do it. I think we'll do it, and then I'll have to figure out something to do in the remaining time. Oh, I'll also have those things. Bean Boozled. I got some Bean Boozled, $25 per bean, and also we'll have a overall goal. I'm not sure how much. We'll have an overall goal, and if we hit that overall goal, in December I will do I will do Metal Gear Screwjob, in which I played through Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but basically every stream, which 3 games I've never played, by the way, but I have watched Stan Reichert play or Drew Scanlon play a good amount of each of them. Every stream I will spin a wheel, and what it lands on, that's the game we're playing. So basically it'll be those 3 games, but in random order. Should be a chaotic time, and we'll see if we meet that goal during the Randomizer Roulette, which I'm really looking forward to preparing for, doing tech stuff for, is good. I will say one thing, the BizHawk Shuffler, which is how this works, you know, Chris, as he's called on Dan Reichert's stream, seems to only work with one version of BizHawk, and unfortunately that version has some audio issues with Minish Cap, so we might just have to live with that, which is kind of a shame, but whatever, what are you gonna do, right? I think we'll be okay not hearing, like, basically the problem is, if you know Minish Cap, you know that there's like a noise that plays when you walk upstairs, and when you do like a charge with your boots, it's like, and basically you won't be able to hear that. And that's a minor issue. I think we'll be good. Either that, or maybe I can try an older version of the shuffler, but the newer versions allow you to resume from session, which kind of seems like a good precaution to have in a 12-hour stream where anything could go wrong at any time. You know, seems like a good idea to have as a precaution. Anyway, those are upcoming plans. Let's continue on with the Kaze. Again, thank you, Kayla. I also have a bunch of cards on which is contained things I want to talk about. Something I've done for like since last summer, actually. It's been a while since I introduced these conversation cards, these cue cards. Basically, they're like index cards that have things I want to remember to talk about, except y'all can see them. Let me pull up one real fast. I've been playing Marvel Snap. Holy shit, Marvel Snap. I talked about this at the top of the stream, but yo, Marvel Snap is fucking good. It's a CCG from the maker of Hearthstone, Ben Brode, and also he has a team. Obviously, it's not just him, but he's sort of the front man again. And yeah, it's good to see him back in action, and to see him like leading a CCG again, and especially this one that seems to have learned a lot from the pitfalls of Hearthstone, and is really fucking good. Basically, it's like really short games. Each game is about like 6 turns long, and you play your turn simultaneously as the other player, so there's never a down moment. And also, it's only 6 turns, and you play simultaneously, so a game can take like 3 minutes. And it's just really fucking compelling to just be like, okay, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna do a thing, and we're gonna figure it out. There's a lot of randomness in each game between like, not only just what cards you draw, but also like what areas are at play, which adds all sorts of wacky effects that you sort of have to play around. And you're as much playing around the locations as you are playing around your opponents. And it's just, it's just compelling, man. It's also really interesting to how it handles monetization, in that it doesn't allow you to just buy cards. Instead, you have to play for them. And there's like a limit to what you can do by like just even paying in, which is nice. So I am at the point right now where I'm really just constrained for like the ability to unlock things. Oh, also there's Battle Pass, which, you know, I've said before, I don't think I ever bought a Battle Pass before, but this is the first time I've ever been like, okay, yep, okay. I love this game already. I'm gonna buy the Battle Pass. It's $10. That's fine. That's about, you know, that's a reasonable thing to buy for a game that I am just immediately smitten by. This boss, we're just gonna have to avoid the patterns and you know, jump on his head. Easy, easy, easy. Let's do it, but do it good. Anyway, Marvel Snap is fantastic. Will not be streaming it, I don't think. I kind of think it's hard to follow in like the if you stream it, and also the PC version is kind of just the phone version but blown up onto a screen. It's not even, it's still vertical even. It has like bars on the left and right side. It's kind of a UX disaster, I would say. I would not recommend that version. Play it on a phone. That's the way it's meant to be played. And it's fucking good on phones. It's fucking good on phones, but honestly, when I saw the PC version, I was like, are you joking? Is this a joke? Is this a gag? Is this what you're going with? It's not too late to make an actual PC version. I hope that this is a joke, and that in a year's time they put out like, oh no, here's the real one. It's 16 by 9, and it's 16 by 9, and you can read the card. It has like bigger fonts, and like a UI that is befitting a you know, Steam version. There's not even a button to leave the game. I had to unfull screen it and then hit the X button to quit. Apparently, I could have also hit escape as the escape button, but I didn't think of that. All right, that's the first world, first of 4. Let's keep on trucking. I know we're 15 minutes in, but I did spend a bunch of time talking about Marvel Snap up top, and you know, other such things that prevented me from just like smoothly making progress, I guess. If I was a speedrunner, I would have to not do that. I would have to not stop the action to explain like upcoming plans for like 30 minutes. Or, that's an exaggeration, 10 minutes. Like 5-10 minutes. But I'm not a speedrunner, so I can do that, and it's fine. It's cool. We could even have a thing where like, oh, you know, I got channel point incentives where if someone wanted me to play Mario Party for 30 minutes, specifically Mario Party, the facelift minigame for 30 minutes, y'all could absolutely make me do that for enough channel points. It's like a reasonable chunk of change. I bet there's a bunch of people who have the ability to do that by this point, though. You know, what with channel point, what with like the amount of time I've been streaming and shit. Oh, that's just for the A letter. This game has as Kaze like DKC does. This level is very Lemguin Lunge. I do appreciate, by the way, in this game how much they shamelessly looked at DKC and said, we want to do a level that's like that. We want to do a Lemguin Lunge level. We want to do a stop and go station level. Those are cool mechanics. There's no reason why we shouldn't do one of our own. And you know, when I'm Mario making, I also go in. I also take that sort of approach where I'm just fuck. I also take that tact where I'm constantly looking for things I can do in levels that evoke, that are inspired by some of my favorite stuff in DKC. So, you know, developer of Kaze, I'm right on the same page as you as far as like as far as like appreciating, wanting to make my own version of levels that I love, and to give it my own spin and my own mix of ideas. Fuck! Fucked up again. Why don't I do another card? I got a bunch of them. What do you call a homemade egg McMuffin? I've been having those recently. Homemade egg McMuffins. Just fried up a couple eggs, like in the morning, right? I'll fry up a couple eggs, put them between two muffins, and eat it. And it's pretty fucking good. It's like an egg McMuffin, but not from McDonald's. I guess you just call it an egg muffin. The Mick is from McDonald's, so it wouldn't make sense to call it a McMuffin if it's not from McDonald's. There must be an official, like, name for that dish that isn't McDonald's themed. That isn't McDonald's related, right? Like, someone came up with that idea who wasn't a McDonald's person, right? Or was McDonald's the first one that put an egg on a McMuffin? On a muffin. Between two muffins. There we go. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I like to have them as a nice change of pace. For a while, my breakfast was 3 eggs and 3 eggs and some toast. You know, some toast slash muffins, usually muffins with jelly. And you know, this cuts out the jelly and the butter and jelly. Probably a little bit healthier for me, isn't it? I don't know. I don't really know health stuff. I also used to have like sausage and shit as well, or like sausage with bacon, but I have that less these days. It's just a hassle to make those little breakfast sausage things every week. And no, I'm not gonna do that. Look at these things. They're like literal barrel cannons. There's ones that are automatic and ones that are not. Very DKC. These ones are automatic. We'll get to ones that aren't automatic and you have to press the button. You'll be able to tell them because they look different. I think in this level they all might be automatic. We'll see though, we'll see. Barrel blast level is a type. Okay, here are the non-automatic ones. You can tell they have like gear stuff. They look very different. A barrel blast level is the type of level you can't really do in Mario Maker. That sort of thing. That sort of like two things moving back and forth and timing it out. That's just not a Mario Maker device. And I've said before. Mario Maker 2. I would love it if they put barrels in there. Like barrel cannons. That would be lovely. I would have a great time using them. You know, as a big DKC fan. As someone who draws a lot of inspiration from DKC, I would get a lot of use out of barrel cans being in the game. That's my hope for Mario Maker 3. That's my hope for that, is that they take it in that direction. If they, you know, were to add more in the vein of like Link, right? Where you get the Link costume, and that's a huge deal. But personally, I would want for DKC, not a Donkey Kong costume. I don't know what the fuck that would even do. That would be kind of nothing, right? I mean, that's a barrel roll, and they would probably make it so that you could slam the ground, you know. They would probably do that as well, but that's kind of nothing. I don't think you can do that much with that. Though I do like barrels. I do like the barrel roll just as a move, right? I think it's a very good thing, but I don't think it would add that much to Mario Maker, necessarily, despite my preference for it. But barrel cannons, that would add, like, so many cool options. This music is very DKC Tropical Freeze. Kind of reminds me of the Frozen DK Island theme. Oh, also in this game, you got all these masks. I don't think I really remarked on it the last mask I got. That's why it's called Kaze and the Wild Mask. And each of them changes up the gameplay in the same way as like a transformation would. This one has an air dash and can wall jump. I've heard that this is comparable to... Oh, I accidentally found a minigame. I heard this is comparable to like Mega Man. I've not played Mega Man X though, so I wouldn't know. You can see it has bonus games just like in DKC2. And you know what? I'll lose it just as an example. You can try them again. That's not how it works in DKC, but you can try them again here. There's ones that are like, you know, collect all the things. And there's ones that are like, beat all the enemies. There's ones like this where you have to collect a bunch of things. And then there's even ones that are like green banana bonuses, like Donkey Kong Country 3. Fucking good. And like, you know, once again, I'll say like I'm 100% down with everything that the creator of Kaze is vibing on. Vibing on? I'm 100% have all the same influences as far as like, yeah, man, I love those bonuses just as much as, fuck, just as much as you do. I always wish that, I've always said, I don't know if I've always said, but I should always say that, you know, I love the bonuses in DKC a lot, and I've always wished that more people would do bonuses like that with the challenge room shit. With like an objective that you had to do in some time, and it's just like a little like, what's the word for like handmade? It's I'm trying to think of the word that means like handmade, handmade one-off little I can't think of the word, but there's some word for it. These little one-off challenge rooms that are just each individually designed and just make for a nice little self-contained challenge. And it's like, and then there's a nice variety of them too, you know, between like between all the different types and shit. I guess Rayman Origins Legends has a little bit of that, but it's not as diverse, I think. I think they just have like Bash the Baddies, and I guess they do, but they're less frequent, and also more of them are just like embedded into the levels. And that's the one thing I wish about, that I don't like about Return to Tropical Freeze, is that they sort of eschewed the traditional DKC2 style handmade. I want to say boutique, but that's not the word. Handmade, handcrafted bonus levels in favor of just like, you know, cut and pasted ones, which isn't as good. But I will say Tropical Freeze does embed some challenges into the actual levels, which are similar to bonus games. So I give it a pass. It's still the second best one, despite not having the bonus games be the same. Tropical Freeze is. Return's probably my least favorite of the mainline DKC 2D platformer ones. Well, actually, hang on. There's Donkey Kong Land. You know what? I'll say Return's probably better than the Lands, just for, you know, originality and, you know, like actual handling. But of the main console games, Yeah, Returns is my least favorite. Here we got like a ropey rampage. No, that's not it. What is that level called? Vine in the third world, Vine Valley. It's exactly this principle, this idea. Vine Valley is the name of the world, not the name of the level. Geez, I forget what it's called, but there's a similar level in DKC where you do exactly this. You can see, by the way, also, you know, I don't think I mentioned it, but Kaze has a Dixie Kong twirl. I didn't mention it because it's kind of self-explanatory, isn't it? And a cool thing about it is that you can set it up to work like in DKC, you know, like it's on the Y button, you know, the run/roll button, or you can set it up to work as on the A button. It's very configurable in that way. Lets you play it however it makes sense to you. I personally go with the original SNES game. It's on the Y button for me, rather than on the jump button. I always felt like that was just a very clean way to do it, and means that there's never any confusion whether you want to do a ponytail twirl or you want to bounce off an enemy big, which is a small minor issue that that Returns and Tropical Freeze has, just because it puts the hover button and also makes you time jumps, time A button presses in order to bounce big. And sometimes you'll jetpack instead of bouncing big, and it's not a good scene, you know. It's not a good thing, you know. I guess there could be like a little bit more. I guess another way to solve that wouldn't necessarily be changing the buttons, just, you know, prioritizing the bounce big over the twirl or over the jetpack. But then again, I bet that, like, maybe that's not always the right answer. It's hard to say, you know. I'll say I ain't never made a full non-Mario Maker quote-unquote game. I never made like a full... I've never even made like a full level outside of Mario Maker, so I'm not one to talk about any of that shit. Level design and like gameplay design is a tricky business to get it all feeling good and feeling right. I like how all the flying levels are brambles. That another thing that is very DKC. Also, hey, look, we got a wind level and we're flying. That's animal antics for you. Same idea. Let's do another card. While Marvel snapping, I rewatched a bunch of Plinkett reviews. Marvel Snap, that card game I've been talking about on and off this stream because I've been kind of obsessed with it. I've been kind of like trying to find things that go well with it, because the first thing I did was I tried to listen to a podcast and I realized, like, oh shit, I'm absorbing nothing because I'm just, you know, I'm just so focused on the game. It's just drawing me in. So I have to find something in the background. So one of the things I tried was Plinkett reviews. Since I've watched those so many times, I kind of know them word by word. So I'm just able to just put it on the background and just let it wash over me, and occasionally say a line that I remember and I know by heart. So, you know, when it pleases me, as I Marvel Snap away. That's like the one thing that's unfortunate about Marvel Snap. It's harder to multitask with it than I feel like a... It's harder to multitask with it, meaning that I do have to dedicate time to it, and I can't just say like, oh, I'm just gonna play a little bit of it while I'm listening to this podcast idly. Like, no, you gotta be down for it. Anyway, I love those reviews. I've watched them many times. There are many bits and lines I know by heart. Fantastic reviews, those. You know, I know there's some stuff in there that's not exactly that's you know, problematic, but the character that is the reviewer, the Plinkett character, is a serial killer, so I don't know, he's allowed to be racist. He's a serial killer. I don't know if that's contradictory, but I'm okay with it in certain contexts. I guess that's, you know, you can always say things like that. Oh, by the way, this is a minecart. This is a minecart level. Except that, 1, you have a double jump, and 2, you have a downward dive. So you hit A, you're gonna double jump, and then you can like jet down to the ground by hitting another button. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool setup. I think it feels good. Let's see if we can get this all done in one go. We can get Kaze, the works in this. Another thing that I found that's good with Marvel Snap, as far as like background stuff goes, is that, yeah, you probably just want to listen to music. That's probably it. It's probably not podcast material, it's not stream material, but like music, yeah, you can just tune the music out, and that's fine. And I think that's what I'll end up doing when I'm Marvel snapping. I don't think the in-game music is enough to satisfy, so I don't think I'll be pursuing that, or I don't think I'll be listening to that. I think that was perfect. Got it all in one. Well, we didn't do the bonus stages, of course, but that's 100. We did take damage, though. Okay, so it's not... With each level, by the way, in this game, there's like several objectives, one of which is getting 100 of the pink stuff, getting Kaze, completing the level without any damage, getting 2 bonus stages, and also there's a time trial that unlocks after you finish the level. So you can, you know, well, it's taken me like just maybe 2 hours or so to finish the game, to 100% it takes a lot longer. It took me like 100 hours to do so. This level sort of has a Rayman thing going on. It has these updrafts, and if you ponytail twirl in them, you float. Pretty nice. Also, if you roll off an edge, you kind of float. Not sure if that was intentional. That's how it works. Oh, also important for this level to know is if you bounce off someone, you can't hover until you land. So, you know, during some of these updraft sequences, we're gonna have to be sure to not bounce. Oh, shit. Also, yeah, I tell you, I have played this level a bunch of times, and like, I cannot tell you how many times I've just instinctually rolled off that edge and had the thing take me into the brambles. Don't jump. There we go. It just comes off as second nature to me to roll off an edge in this game and also in DKC's. Just because I always want that option to be able to jump out of it. Sometimes it's a bad idea. Oh, also, remember that bouncing off it will disable our... Bouncing off any of these guys will disable our hover, so we don't want to do that either. I am eating a lot of shit right now. I'll get through it. Is there anything in Mario Maker that can be equivalent to like a... I guess this would be like if there was a low gravity zone in a Mario Maker level wherein you could turn off the low gravity area by area, like within certain parts of the level, which is not how that works in Mario Maker, but, you know, all fine. One thing I think about Mario Maker is that, while not everything is possible in Mario Maker, that's part of the fun. Because you're working within those constraints of what is possible in Mario Maker, I think can give you some creative solutions. Which is, you know, I know that's the case in game development in general, right? Like, viable solutions can also be very creative solutions, which ultimately end up being very satisfying. Or, you know, they could be like compromises that no one's happy with. In either case, that's just, you know, that's the process. And you're limited on time and money and well, obviously, in the case of Mario Maker, typically you're not limited on money because it is a hobby thing. But, you know, working within the limitations is part of the fun, I think, of making, just as it is in, like, any art form, I suppose, where just, like, what is possible and what's not is going to give you, like, a good starting point. Give you a good starting point. I don't know where I'm going with this. Constraints breed creative solutions. There we go. That's all I need to say. I don't need to talk about that at length. This is the second boss, by the way, if you can't tell. Another sort of case where we're going to be avoiding, like, pumpkins and then shooting these guys as they appear. And, you know, having a good time. I wish that there was a... I guess this is a silly thing to wish. I don't know how successful Kaze was. By the way, if you haven't played Kaze, highly recommended. Go check it out. It's like, I think it's 20 bucks. And I would say worth it. They never did any DLC, but I would love it if they have, you know, if they had done like extra levels, that would have been lovely. I guess like indie games DLC, that's just not how it goes. Usually how it goes is either sequels or, you know, sequels or like new projects that have, you know, maybe in some cases sequels or like spiritual successors or like something else entirely. There we go. Important we don't miss it because otherwise we'll have to be surviving for longer. Hey, there we go. Curve that in over the top. Yeah, we did it. Look at this. We're wearing our bird mask that lets us bird fly. We've beaten the... I guess that's a watermelon. Is that a watermelon? I think that's a watermelon. Like a watermelon without any skin? All the ice critters are happy about it. They're coming out of hide. That's good. Let's see another card. Upcoming playthroughs. Not really sure what I'm playing next. I have given thought to some ideas, like, you know, I have given thought to, like, playing through StarCraft 2, like, the campaign again. It's been a while since I played that. Maybe even, like, I think I might have only played through each of those campaigns once. But they're each of them extremely good campaigns, and I would love to go through them all. Not sure like how long that would take or if we would do them one campaign at a time. But that's certainly on my list. Another game on my list is Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3. My only issue with those games is that around a year ago I did replay them, but that was before I was a streamer. So I didn't stream them. So they're just sort of not, they're pretty far down the list of games I should be replaying actually, since I did replay them relatively recently, but I do think that Metroid Prime 2 is particularly a little maligned, so I would love to play through it myself and have a good time, and maybe if people, you know, don't know them or haven't played them, would love to show them how they're good games, and y'all should appreciate that. You know, I'll say like of Prime 2, while it does, you know, I'll be the first to admit it does introduce problems. You know, like the difficulty curve is a little high for a bunch of the bosses, and like for the Morph Ball guard. Look at that, pro moves. This plays a lot like DKC Tropical Freeze Swimming, by the way. The shark suit. Non-shark suit, you can't actually swim, but you can like dip under the water, and it sort of works like the log flume ride level in Tropical Freeze, which is, I think, a really neat thing to take inspiration from. You know, basically the idea that, oh, you can like dive under the water for a second, and you know, build a little gameplay around like dipping under and then going under a thing and then coming up on the other side. You can do a little bit with that, and it's kind of nice. It's kind of neat when you're not, if you're not going for a full-on dive. This anglerfish wants what's bad for us, so we want to outswim it. Oof. Scary. Other games. I have considered Sly Cooper, but I looked into it recently and found that apparently it's not available on anything. So, you know, you can either get the streaming version on like PS Now, and I don't really know if I trust PS Now for like, you know, I honestly haven't heard if it's good or not, so I'd honestly prefer to run it locally, and there's like no legal avenue for that. So other than buying a PlayStation 2 and a used copy of it, or a PS3 and a used copy of the PS3 game. Kind of sad, but what are you gonna do? Maybe we'll do that. I would like to try out Sly Cooper. I've never played that before. But, you know, if they were to do like another port, absolutely would jump in. But until then, I just don't know. What else is good? What else should we do? I've kind of been in the mood for Pikmin after Pikmin 4 was announced, so I wouldn't mind going through Pikmin 3 again. That's a lovely game. That, you know, that's another game that I've not streamed, but I have played. I guess the last time I played it must have been like when it went on Nintendo Switch, so that was a while ago. It wouldn't be untoward to play it again. This level rules. This level rules. Okay, shit. I wouldn't mind making a level like this in Mario Maker. Mario Maker doesn't have something like the zip lines, but this level is so much about these like falling platforms where like they fall in your wake. That's just really good. That's just the blue platform ass mechanic. Ooh. Also, it looks nice, and there's all these like jack-o'-lanterns flying around. This is a nice bit where you have to go under the carrots to effectively get the hearts. Oh, I was about to say I love this bit, but then I screwed it up and made it look bad. It's something. If you time it, if you do it right, you end up having to roll through the guy while the projectile is overhead, and then just barely getting ahead of the projectile, and it's pretty neat. Well, maybe I'll show you that right now, actually. I'll show you what that looks like right now. Grab the heart. There we go. Fuck. You saw how it looked, though. It's pretty sick. That little piece of the design. Also, there's a little risk reward there you know, if you want to take a shortcut by going between those two guys versus going the long way. And that sort of risk reward is always good to have in a platformer. A dangerous way and a safe way. Make the dangerous way more rewarding and feel good. That is essential in a platformer. Something you can always take to heart when designing your own stuff. I should do that in my next level. In my level, not the going under a projectile thing, but the thing where the power-up is behind two guys that are above you, and if you want to go fast, you're gonna have to thread the needle. That's really cool. It makes for a really nice little challenge that you really don't have to take, but you feel like you should, because it makes the game more fun. That's rad. Drinking. Let's go. On this level, these guys keep popping out of walls and floors and shit. I think if we like barrel forward at full speed, we won't necessarily have to deal with them that much. Also, there's totally these bullet bill launcher type fuckers, which are cool. Okay, well, some of them, they're coming out of the ground too fast. I guess that's the thing about, like, making your own game versus Mario Maker. In Mario Maker, things are constrained, and they will always work the same way every time. Whereas making your own game, you can totally just make it so that these guys appear when you're like, just passing them. Whereas you can make it so this guy appears such that, you know, you will always have to deal with them. Don't roll off that ledge. I like in... Like, for instance, some of these are appearing in my wake because I'm going so fast, whereas others of them will always be just ahead of me. And it's not actually possible to get ahead of them. Or they'll be appearing below me. The timing is adjusted based on the guy, whereas you don't really have that kind of control in Mario Maker. I guess it would be cool if you did, but it might be a little cumbersome. Right? And it also might be, for some people, it'd be a lot to get their head around, like, as far as options go. But, fuck. One thing you can do in Mario Maker is you can raise an enemy off the ground and, like, put, like, a square or two between the ground on them. And that'll make it so that they are falling for the first, like, couple frames of their existence, which lets you slow it down by, I always call it a tick. Slow them down by like a tick, like an indiscernible amount. And that kind of precise adjustment can be relevant, actually. It can make the difference between something feeling good, something feeling not so good. But, you know, usually it's not that. In Mario Maker, it's a lot more broad strokes, I want to say. Tight timing's maybe a little less emphasized. That's a good level. This game has some very good level design. And it's also just like everything I want in an indie platformer. Just like, I mean, that's not... I think it could. I'll be the first to say I think it could use a little bit more in the way of originality. You know what I mean? Like, it does hew a little too close to DKC. I want some new ideas in addition to the ideas of DKC that I love, right? But, you know, I love to see bonus games that are just like the bonus stages from DKC. Not enough games have that. And, you know, Squawks levels, I enjoy the fuck out of them in DKC. Enjoy the fuck out of them here as well. there's a reverence that I really enjoy, and it's very much like, it's like Freedom Planet, right? I hear that Freedom Planet 2 was really fucking good. People that I trust who played it, who like, you know, enjoyed the first one, are telling me like, oh my god, it's amazing. And I'm wondering if it's like, okay, is it like a big, if it is what it sounds like, and they've done a lot to like build on the ideas and like add on to it, build new things on the bones of Sonic, then that is basically what I would like to see for like a Kaze 2, if Kaze was successful enough to warrant a Kaze 2. I'd like to see them build on these ideas, you know, add a little bit more of their own personality here, a little bit more in terms of like what other structural things would be great, would like add to not Mario, would add to the basic idea and the basic formula of a Donkey Kong Country. Personally, I think it'd be really neat. One game I really like recently is, as like something to pull inspiration from, would be Bowser's Fury, the 3D World bonus campaign. I really like in that game how you'll return to old areas and find that all the enemies and, like, in some cases, some of the platforming mechanics have been switched out. And I think that's a really nice way to breathe life into a level and give a game more replay value. I could see that working really well in a 2D platformer. I guess these are the watermelons. The other guys were not. They were like peaches or something. That would be a really good way to like breathe a lot of life into a 3D, into a platformer, and give a lot of replay value where, you know, you're not necessarily building that many levels, maybe like 40 in total if you were like up to the same. Let's say you did 40 levels. Let's say 40. You could make it so that you still had a lot of content there if like, oh, you made like a hard version of each level. Or like, not even a hard version, you know, like Super Meat Boy. By the way, if you roll into these guys, you just bounce off. If you roll into the protected side. Oh god. I didn't know you could do that. I'll take it. What was I saying? Oh, that's bonus. I think you could do a really good thing. You could like build out a lot of content. Oh yeah, and this is a green banana bonus. Look at this. Straight up DK64 shit. Green banana bonuses are great. One of my Super World levels is a green banana bonus, believe it or not. That's To and Fro Factory. Pretty cool. Dope shit. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Go. Obviously, we're not getting all these today. I wouldn't mind at some point going back and doing a full 100% on stream. But tonight I just want to do any percent and just get the flavor of each level and get through it in one go. Shit. One go, not as in one life, one go as in one stream. That's my goal here. You can't roll off corn. Guys, please remember, do not roll off corn. You will die. I roll off an edge because you can jump after rolling off an edge if you go off an edge. That's how it is in DKC, that's how it is here. And it's a fun mechanic and one that you sort of get down as muscle memory, but well, there's some cases in this game where it's a bad idea. I guess that is one thing I would consider, like, it would be a good design philosophy. Never make it a bad idea to roll off an edge. Design around that wherever possible. And make it so that, oh, you rolled... You could just, for a start, in this case, when you roll off the guy, you can have it so that you killed the guy, rather than bouncing off them and ending up going to your doom. There's a lot of choices that you have in designing a game, and that'd be one thing I guess I would try to be on the lookout for. But I guess, you know, maybe that's just me. I'm sure there's things that I don't do that I would not be on the lookout for, that I'm sure other people would run in all the time and be like, why did you make it so XYZ? You know, why didn't you make this? Why didn't you do that? And it'll seem like such a glaring issue to them. Well, maybe not glaring is the wrong word. It'll seem like an issue to them, but like, it just never would occur to me. We got a platform level. Classic. This is the type of level you need to have in a super world. Just to me, anyway. I don't know about y'all, but I guess, you know, I hew towards DKC, right? And DKC has quite a few of these. Like, Tanked Up Trouble. Platform Peril kind of isn't one. But, you know, that sort of level where you're riding a platform and you have to do stuff to keep it going. It's sort of auto-scrolly, but also sometimes you can get ahead of the cart if you do a thing. So, it's not quite auto-scrolly. And I appreciate that, like, in the traditional auto-scroller level, right? In kayfabe, there's nothing holding you off from just going to the right. You know, Mario is just trapped behind a force field like Star Wars Episode 1, Darth Maul fight, and there's no explanation for why Mario does not simply run to the right in these levels. But in this game, you can see, because the moving platform is constraining your movement, you can't get past it because it's literally, you know, constraining where you go. Also, this is a very fast platform. Wow. It's actually kind of, it's impressive, actually. I don't think there's a platform level quite as fast in any of the DKC levels. In any of the DKC games, maybe in Return to Tropical Freeze. I guess there's like a level with a whale that might be comparable, but I think even that is a lot slower. This is really well paced. Dang. I'll say of this level, I think this might be the best platform level. And if you were to put it against the ones in the DKCs, I think it kicks the shit out of the ones in DKC 1. If only for the pacing. If only for the fast pace. Damn, that's a good level. My plan for... I am going to do a platform level in my super world. My plan is to also make it the Link level, and also the low gravity level in, like, the overworld. So you'll also be playing as Link, and you'll be running around. You know, you'll sort of go back and forth between platform level stuff, riding a platform, and running around outside low gravity. I'm thinking that'll be cool. And also, because you'll be Link, you'll have a plethora of options. You know, like, you'll have bows, you'll have bombs, you can do shit. And that'll help you, like, fight off guys and make it interesting. I think that'll be good. That level is called Sunburned Sanctuary. And the basic idea is that, it'll be, like... My basic... Oh, shit, don't touch the reds. Don't touch the red things. Touch the blues, though. It's also an auto-scroller. Cool. The minecart level. My basic idea is to, I forget what I was saying, but I was talking about, oh yeah, I was talking about Sunburned Sanctuary. The basic idea will be... that it's like the refuge in which the sun goes to sleep or some shit. So that'll explain why the outside will be night, and the inside, the angry sun is running around, because, you know, this is where the sun is holding up. It is a temple in which the sun is like the boss, basically. I'm sure that I'll also put like some sort of Zelda. You know, it also, you know, fuck. God damn it. Double damn it. And anyway, those are my ideas for some upcoming Mario Maker stuff. I will say, playing this game, I am seeing levels types that I haven't done anything yet, right? Like, there's certainly some, like, horizontal rope levels in this game that, you know, are very DK63 to me. And I haven't done anything quite like that, partially because that's not a thing in Mario Maker. There's no horizontal rope that you can, like, run on and like, get off either, like, one way or the other way, you know, or dismount downward or upwards. That's not really how platforms work. There's nothing like that in Mario Maker that could serve that function. But I will say I have done similar levels in, like, outside of my super world that are, like, inspired by vertical rope levels in either the first Mario Maker or in this game. I just use, like, semi-solid platforms, and, you know, you can't go down, it's fine. Falling platforms are also cool, blue platforms. One of my original ideas for this next level was to make it very, very heavy on blue platforms. Maybe that'll be the thing. Blue platforms are fun, after all. Wait. I accidentally re-entered the level. Blue platforms are fun. Oh, I must have hit retry, that's it. Alright, third of 4 bosses. There's one more world after this. If I was doing a game, a full-on DKC-like, I would want to do 5 worlds. I guess actually that would be... You know, it is... That would be a big ask, I suppose. I can't blame them for only doing 4, but I feel like 5 is the magic number. That's the original DKC number. And feels a little more complete with a full 5 to me. Eat shit, onion. That guy's an onion. I like these bosses. They're very fast-paced, and they're all just, you know, dodge shit and don't die. And then hit a guy when he becomes available to you. And also, there's multiple ways to dodge. So, they're risky. Let me put up another card. Talk about what's on it. Chainsaw Man, Episode 2. Which I'll say, like, that came out the same day that Marvel Snap hit. And, like, man, I was really excited to meet Power. And yet I played Marvel Snap for 3 hours. I feel like that's about as big an endorsement of Marvel Snap as you need. Second episode of Chainsaw Man, things are starting to heat up. You got... You're meeting more of the main girl? I think what was her name? I'm sorry, I'm not good with... was it like Makima or something? Makima? She seems really fucking cool. I like how... Spoilers for Chainsaw Man, but one of the first things... What defines their relationship, the relationship between the main guy and her, is she's immediately like, okay, listen, you're gonna be under my control, and if I ask you something, and she says this sweetly, by the way, that she's very nice and charming as she's saying this. She says, there's only 2 things I want to hear from you. If I ask you something, either say yes or woof. I have no interest for a dog that doesn't, no use for a dog that doesn't follow orders. And he says woof. And I know, you know, I know that's a big thing in, like, the Chainsaw Man community, right? When they announced the anime, you saw a lot of people going woof. Which, you know, I now understand. I now understand the thing, and it's good, and I like it. And he's running around going like, God damn, I want to touch a boob. And it's very funny to me him just being like, God damn it, I want to touch a boob. It's just like, shit, man. You're just saying it. Good on you having that, having a goal that you want to go for. I love it. He's such a little, he is such a dog. It's good. I love that relationship already between like him just being very, very like submissive, very submissive, and her being very powerful. And also, you know, hey, that power, she's great. She's just like a berserker, and it's good. I can't wait to see more of her. And there's also the fourth guy who seems alright. I don't know. I have no big thoughts about the other guy, other than he seems alright. He seems funny as a foil to Denji and Power. One who is, you know, absolutely sick of everyone's shit and doesn't want to just accept it at face value. He does good stuff for the show. Him being there to go like, God damn it. There we go. Chainsaw Man, I'm having a great time watching it. I think the second episode is starting to heat up. I've heard people, you know, being a little down on it as an adaptation, but I think they're just taking their time getting everything set up. I mean, I haven't read the source material, so I don't know, but it seems fun to me. A lot of potential there. We'll see where it goes. This is the same thing as the last time. Guys coming out from behind things. Good shit. And no damage as well. I did die a couple times, but who's counting? If I were doing a platformer, there is one thing that this game does that I wouldn't do. Which is that I would not give... I would do multiple characters like DKC. And I would not give every character the ponytail twirl. I think that that is a mistake because that means that levels can be built around the ponytail twirl. And I personally prefer the ponytail twirl to be an optional get out of jail free card. I like it as a power move, right? When I use the ponytail twirl, I want to feel like I'm breaking the level. And I'm like cutting paths in it that are not like the default paths. I'm cutting like shortcuts in it, basically. To me, the ponytail twirl is something that makes you feel powerful, you know? Something that should feel like, ooh, I'm doing something dirty. I'm just flying over whole sections here. Look at this. It's a power move. It's like a power up in a Mario. I wouldn't have it so that you could only do it full health. That wouldn't be it. I would do it like DKC, where there are multiple characters, and you know, there are multiple characters, and each of them has a different tool that can be abused to, you know, abused in a similar way. I guess an example would be like, you know, if you want to just think like, and you know, I would try stuff. I would try to figure out like what would be good. But one example I have is that I think it'd be cool if one character had a ponytail twirl that was sort of like a slow hover down, and one character had a more speedy move that was just like a drop kick. You know, just like. And maybe this is my bias since I play Brawler in Smash Brothers, but I picture it just kind of having the same arc as like the side B, the drop kick from Smash Brothers, where it just sort of shoots you, or like the dive from Mario Odyssey, that sort of, or like the dive from Hat in Time, you know, sort of just a very fast like, just sort of launches you in a direction. And if you hit an enemy, it would damage them. But also, you have a little less control over it versus just, you know, versus the ponytail twirl. And I think that'd be an interesting risk reward, you know. If one character had a faster way of getting across pits, and one had a more reliable, and perhaps, you know, maybe you could go farther as well. with a ponytail twirl, maybe the dropkick would like would like stall out after a certain length. It would be kind of like the tiger mask from this game, you know, where it's basically like a dash instead of a glide. But one of your characters would have it, and you'd always have that as an option. I think 3 characters would be ideal for this for a game like this. You know, make it a little easier. Make it a little easier so you have 3 hits instead of 2, but not so easy. You know, not like Returns or Tropical Freeze where you have 4 hits. You know, just 3. Just 3. That's what I would do. My other idea for like what would distinguish... Oh, and maybe I'd give the ponytail twirl character a... you know how the squirrel suit can do like a upward thing? I would give the ponytail glide something like that to compensate for being slower. You love this game, BL Raven Wizard? Me too. Holy shit, I didn't know you played it. Yeah, I love it, and I'll say again, highly recommend it to anyone who loves DKC. It's a lovely game, really good level design, and is, like I said, really the model of the type of game I would make if I were to make an indie game. I'd either make this or I'd make a Paper Mario style RPG, except that I'm probably not a writing type, so you know, it'd be like a very mechanical RPG, I guess, which would be kind of weird. So probably a platformer. I'd probably make a platformer, not an RPG, because I don't have the writing chops. If I met a partner, I guess if I had a creative partner who was a really good writer, I guess I would be more in the RPG camp, right? That would be... I would do the mechanical stuff and maybe, like... Well, also, I'm an engineer, so I would do that. But I would be more interested in, like, the RPG stuff from a mechanical aspect, making the systems work together really well. You also beat the game? Did you 100% it, BL Raven Wizard? I 100%ed it, man. Got everything. You did? Hell yeah, dude. This is 100% the type of game I would want to make. Just super good. Of course, you know, like I said, I would do some things differently in my own game. Like, one thing I'm not like the biggest fan of is I don't like minor collectibles as like an achievement thing, right? Like this game does it where you have to collect all 100 or like 100 of the little banana equivalents in a level to do a thing. And I think that they're better just as like an optional thing for lives or like some sort of... I could see them as like cosmetic things that will help you unlock like costumes or something. I suppose that would be expensive costumes. They could help you just with lives or something. I wonder how I would do that if I would do lives. Another thing I wonder about is like end of level stuff. I think the 2 best end of level stuff that's out there is the Mario flagpole. Mario flagpole is just a really good like you know, the Mario flagpole is just a classic all-timer, you know, good mechanism where like, oh, it's a challenge to get up to the top and to get the extra life for doing so. God damn it. I keep missing the heart. It's just an all-time good. The other end of level thing that I think is great is the is DKC2's one that gets you. Basically, you have to fall from a long height, and you have to time it well. I kind of am not so much into the timing it well part, but the high height thing is at least a little bit of a neat idea, and it works pretty well in just about every level to make a tiny little challenge out of finishing the level. Similar to the flagpole, but in a different way, you know. What other? I would, you know, I would try I guess one more thing I would say is if I were doing my own game, I would try to think of something that was just as good as Flagpole or just as good as Flagpole or just as good as Flagpole or the target at the end of DKC2 levels. One thing that comes to mind is, and this is, you know, maybe controversial for those who are like orthodox Donkey Kong fans. This is a nice level. I like this one a lot. I like how sometimes it has like some really... I like how the brambles up top make it a little bit more cramped. And that makes it just a bit more challenging as you have to maneuver around them. And a thing that comes to mind is Donkey Kong Jungle Beats. There's the parts in those where at the end of some of the levels, you get onto an animal buddy whose name is... Fuck, what is that? It's like a Rambi Ipsy, but it's not a Rambi equivalent, but it's not Rambi. It's like a big goat. It's like a big mountain goat. I forget what that animal buddy is named, but you get on him and then you can basically do like a big long jump as far as you can based on how much you mash. Or there's other parts where you have to like do a series of jumps as long as you can. I could see like a fun thing to end each level might basically like a one-off mini-game almost of that sort, where like, oh, you have to like try to land on a thing or something within like a few seconds or something like that. I don't know. Does that make sense? That's one of the things I would consider doing after, like, you know, once I finish this Super World, I want to take a break from Mario making. Though, I do think Mario Maker as a segment, and viewer levels in general, will continue because it's kind of the most popular thing I do, and it would be madness. It would be not a good decision, I think, to take a break from them. From them themselves, but I will take a break from making. And one of the things I might explore is doing my thing. What is the Forgotten Mask? Oh, I think that's the level. I think what it's saying, it's this one. It's just the minecart mask, basically, the dragon mask. I don't know why it's forgotten. But yes, this level is named the Forgotten Mask. I like how in this one you're running around these ropes. That's really cool. I don't know why the mask is forgotten. BL Raven Wizard. By the way, BL Raven Wizard, I don't know if you're into CCGs at all, but I've been playing a bunch of Marvel Snap recently. It came out yesterday, and my god, it rules. Oh my god. It is my new addiction. I don't want, you know what, I don't want to throw around the word addiction, but it is hard to put down, and I found myself playing for 3 hours yesterday. Mario plus Rabbids? No, I haven't been playing that. I hear it's good. I didn't finish the first game, so I'm a little hesitant on the idea of going in on that. Dang it. I hear that's good though. Is that out? Is that out in stores right now? Honestly, I didn't know that. I got a big... I put in the request the other day for PTO, for paid time off. On what game? Marvel Snap. It is a collectible card game made by Ben Brode and his team at Indie Dinner. They formerly worked on Hearthstone over at Blizzard, but they've left Hearthstone. They've left Blizzard, and now they're doing their own thing. And it's got the Marvel brand on it, the Marvel license on it, and it's fucking addictive. Yeah, sure. Let me. It's let me say Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap. There you are. I typed it in chat for you as well, but it is just super good. And like basically all the games are like you can do a match of it in like 3 minutes, and it's just really compelling and fast-paced and thrilling, and ooh, it's habit forming. Also, they don't let you buy packs, so there's a limit to like how much you can whale, you know, like pay your way through. And I think that's kind of nice considering like after, you know, I was into Hearthstone for like a while until I got to the point where it's like, okay, every expansion is $50, or like, it's not $50, right? It's card packs, right? It's random. But they would always give you like a bulk deal on the first 50 you bought if you did like a pre-order. So every expansion I would go in on that, and eventually I realized that, oh shit, I haven't played this expansion. I didn't play and use I didn't use any of these new cards. Oh no! I didn't get any value out of it. And eventually when I realized that, I was like, well, I guess I shouldn't buy the next one then. And I think I did buy a couple of expansions I barely played until I had that revelation, by the way. It wasn't like oh, I did it once and I realized, like, no. It was like 2 or 3 times before I realized. So, conversely, it's nice that this Marvel Snap is like, you literally can't buy anything. You can't buy any of the cards. They'll all come free just by playing it and, you know, getting enough, like, upgrade currency through daily quests. And you can buy a little bit of the upgrade currency if you want, but it's not essential. And the only things you can buy is, like, the currency, and also, you know, there's a battle pass as well, which I did go in on. I was like, okay, I'm loving this game. It's free to play. Sure, I'll buy the battle pass. And that's the first time I've ever made that calculation, actually. I've never actually done a battle pass before. I was big into Hearthstone, so, you know, new Ben Brode product, I had my eye on that as soon as they announced it, and god damn, it's just like, frankly, it's hard to, I find myself when I'm watching anime going like, okay, what if I pause for 5 minutes and I play a game of Marvel Snap? Which is just a really harmful thing to have in the middle of anime time, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to watch 3 animes tonight, but I keep pausing and playing 5 minutes of Marvel Snap. That's not good. That's not exactly a good way to get through it, you know? I'm sure I'm gonna have some sort of, I'm gonna have to figure out where Marvel Snap is in my life and not let it consume me, you know, because it is really, really habit forming. Oh my god. It's also really bad to stream. I don't think it's like really good as a stream game, unfortunately, just because it's hard to know what all the cards do and it moves so fast that I feel like unless you're playing it, it's hard to follow it. Also, a cool thing that does is that every time there's a new card that you haven't seen, it like full screens it and it's like, hey, check it out, new card. You haven't seen it before. But that makes it so that you know, seeing a new card aren't overwhelmed or aren't confused. But if you're watching a stream, it's obviously not going to do that every time there's a card that you haven't seen. It's up to you to be up to date and to know every card that the streamer is playing with. It also just isn't, I don't think it's like, it's a phone game. It's a phone game. It's a game for your phones. It has a Steam version now. It's in early access, but it's very much just like literally an emulated version of the phone version, unfortunately. And I would call it I would go so far as to call it a UX disaster. Honestly. I really like in these water levels the parts where you dive under for a second and you sort of like do a little bit of swimming. It reminds me of, do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Tropical Freeze, where you like where you have the log flume levels. I wish that this game had like a full level that was built around that idea, but it's fine. It's just, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they had that idea originally and they just couldn't make it fun for a whole level. And it was just mostly just good as like a intro to an actual swimming level. It is neat every time they do it, and I think that it's a neat like spin off the same basic idea as the log flume. Oh, we threaded the needle there. I don't want that. Actually, I do want that. Damn it. Okay, you know what? Okay. This level is very, this level here is very, and I guess any level with that big anglerfish ghost. This level is very, what is the roller coaster level in DKC2 called? It's very that level. I mean, not roller coaster level. The level where you're running from the ghost on a roller coaster and you have to hit barrels to stop him and make him not bite into you. That is basically what this level is going for. Pretty explicitly. I like all the places it takes inspiration from DKC directly. To me, that's a good thing. You know, I do the same thing a lot of times with my own levels. Let's see another card. Follow up on this season of anime generally. Kind of a weird season, anime-wise. The busiest day is... Well, the busiest day isn't weird, it's Saturday. That's pretty normal for a busiest day. But the second busiest day is Wednesday, for some reason. And Thursday kind of sucks. And Friday kind of is pretty weak as well. On Friday, I think the only shows that I'm watching are Thursday's got the maid show, the Yakuza maid show, which is weird, and I didn't really love the second episode, so I'm like on the verge of dropping it, even though there's only 2 shows on Thursdays. And also there's Urusei Yatsura, which I kind of thought is very much a 70s show, but in glorious, beautiful animation, which I'm not really a big vintage anime fan, so a 70s show doesn't really do it for me. But we'll see. I'll watch today's episode later and see if I have a good time. Maybe it'll be good, I don't know. But those are just the 2, and I don't think there's any more that are coming, or even, you know, that I could really even consider. And for Friday, there's just, for Friday, for me anyway, maybe, you know, I'll say I don't watch Bleach. I never watched Bleach, so if that's a Friday show, I guess that makes sense. But for Friday, there's, what is that show called? Oh, Biscuit Hammer. There's Biscuit Hammer, which is kind of, just okay. Very middling, that show. And the other thing that's on Friday is... What the fuck is the other show that's on Friday? Geez, I can't remember off the top of my head what the other Friday show is, but I'm pretty sure it's one that's kind of mid. Let me check. I'm curious. It's a pretty mid show that I'm on the verge of cutting. And if I were to do that, I would have nothing on Friday, so... Oh yeah, My Master Has No Tail. That show's okay. Kind of unfunny. Kind of like, it's about like a version of stand-up that Japan had, and where they just tell like really long, boring anecdotes. And there's kind of an interesting pacing to it, but the jokes don't translate. And it's kind of just interesting as far as like the history of like, oh wow, this was a whole profession, right? these guys would stand in the rooms while someone told a really long story to them. It's like, it's kind of like a proto-podcast if you think about it. People all standing in the room taking in a performance of one person just going like monologuing. And I'll say, like, you know, in this modern world, it doesn't actually, I don't think they're very funny. I think the pacing is nice. You know, they sort of have a nice rhythm to them. But I don't think they're that funny. Exactly, which is, I think, a little weird. Then again, maybe they don't have to be funny, they just have to be interesting. And if you're having a good time watching it, so be it. But yeah, that's kind of all there is for Friday. And yeah, Thursday's also empty. So, early week and weekend, like mid-weekend, that's where all the anime is this season, and it's just very unusual. I'm very used to Friday just being jam-packed with anime, that, you know, since I do a stream on Friday, and then I usually go and watch someone else's stream after, I don't usually have time for watching a lot of anime on Friday. So it ends up being quite backlogged and going on to, like, either I stay up really late watching anime, like after, you know, other streamers end their streams. Maybe then I go like, okay, I'm gonna watch anime now at 3 a.m. and try to watch all these anime. Or I just do them in the morning, on Saturday morning, which honestly is the correct answer, is the correct way to do it. But with this season being a lot more slow, a lot more empty on Fridays, just be able to, you know, relax a little bit. That said, Friday is busy, so, or sorry, Saturday is busy, so I will have to do the stuff on Saturday. I wish in this case, a couple things that I would do if I were doing a game like this. One thing that I think is important is I think that you have to do like that. You see there where when I hit that guy, when I dashed through this guy, he sort of went spinning into a heap? That's great. Whoops. That's fantastic when it's like that. I definitely think that's a strength of DKC, where every time you bounce off a guy, instead of like disappearing, they just go like flying into the foreground. That is phenomenal and adds a lot of flavor to the proceedings. I would definitely yeet all those motherfuckers into the foreground. Here in this game, when you jump on a guy, they disappear in a puff of smoke. I just think that's a lot less exciting, you know? Okay, we just gotta get good and do this. Seems like a pretty good season. My favorite stuff is, I think my favorite thing so far is still Bocchi the Rock. Though I will say the second episode of Bocchi the Rock was a little less sharp than the first episode, but still, it's definitely the biggest surprise of the season for me. Still. Also up there is all the shows that people were expecting. Spy X Family is phenomenal. Still. Chainsaw Man I've been enjoying. And what else? I feel like there's one more. Let me see. Let me look over my list of, you can't actually see it, my list of simulcast. Do It Yourself is pretty good. Reincarnated as a Sword has been very cute. Yesterday's Mob Psycho 100 episode was phenomenal, was fantastic. Chainsaw Man's been fun. Golden Cami is back. Management of a Novice Alchemist is pretty good. Oh, Mobile Suit Gundam, Witch from Mercury, phenomenal. That's one of the hottest shows of the season. Let's see, Beast Tamer's pretty good. I'm enjoying My Hero Academia being back. Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer is very mid. And I have some shows that I'm tentative about. Eminence of Shadow, Little Lies That We All Tell, Urusei Yatsura, and Akiba Maid War, the four, they're on the verge of being cut. I don't cut as many series as I used to. You know, when I first started anime, I was like, first started watching anime seasonally, I was like, okay, I probably want about 7 shows a season. Nowadays, I'm just straight up being like, yeah, I'm watching 20 shows this season. They're mostly pretty great. And I'm even watching a bunch that are really good. Or just good, or okay. You know, so long as I enjoy them. I like having a lot of stuff where I can watch something new every day. And, you know, sort of have stuff that are hitting on a weekly basis, you know. I like that routine of watching something on a Tuesday, watching something on a Wednesday. And as I've watched more and more anime, and I guess part of it is that, you know, when I started watching anime seasonally, I also hadn't watched a ton of anime before that. Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? I hadn't watched a lot of anime before that. That's a weird interaction. I feel like I should be able to roll through that guy. I hadn't watched a lot of anime seasonally, so there was a lot on Crunchyroll as far as backlog content that I could catch up on and see for the first time. Whereas nowadays, I've kind of seen most everything I want to see on Crunchyroll. So most of the new stuff I'm watching is, you know, seasonal anime. And, you know, I'm also watching occasionally some stuff I have seen before and, you know, rewatching stuff. And these days, rewatches make up more of a deal than rewatches I'm rewatching more anime than I am watching new anime, not including simulcasts, which, you know, outnumber them both put together. You can tell this game is Dixie Kong one-off inspired. Yeah, you're definitely, this is very DKC-like. And it even has, like, bonus games in the Donkey Kong Country style. You know, like, bash the baddies, collect all the things, get the coin. It even has, green banana bonuses that are very much like DKC. I died again, god damn it. Hard level. Platforms moving in circles are just an evergreen good idea for mechanics, a level mechanic. I will say, as far as Mario Maker goes, one thing that is difficult about them is that because of the way that objects spawn in Mario Maker, it's hard to make platforms that aren't like at the same like Y position. Here's one of those mini games I was telling you about. In this case, I have to collect all the crystals. Oh, it's a green banana bonus even. Look at this. You have to collect them as they appear one by one. And look at this, you can also retry if you take a hit. What was I saying? We actually don't need to do it. We're just doing any percent here. We're not doing 100. Jeez, I lost my train of thought there. Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, it's Donkey Kong Country inspired. Very Donkey Kong Country inspired. It has many things that are hallmarks of the thing. The comparison I make is that it's very much like how Sonic is, Freedom Planet is for Sonic, Kaze is for Donkey Kong Country. By the way, Trebucket, you were, I mentioned earlier how you were really into that, oh god, that new Freedom Planet. And I was wondering if it was like a big departure, a big upgrade to like, does it like take the Sonic formula in like exciting new directions? Because like, if it does, that's basically what I would like if they ever were to do a Kaze 2. I would love to see more in the way of originality from this developer, while also maintaining that lovely, crisp gameplay and solid level design and, you know, bonus games. You know what? Shit, hey. This is the final boss. We're about to do the final boss, at which point we're going to switch over to the second thing of the night, which is Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer. I have a seed already generated. I have it all set up. I am using a different rendering thing, I think, than I did last time. A different, like, rendering engine, I think. Because the one I was using is currently crashing every time I bring up OBS. I bring it up while I'm using OBS, which is very weird. Very weird. Here, that's, by the way, a laser beam. We're going to want to avoid that. While also avoiding this guy who's going in circles and collecting these gemstones. I think they're random. I don't think they're RNG, these gemstones. They are RNG, I mean. They are definitely RNG. They're not RNG. That's what I mean. It's a pretty big upgrade. Level design has new gimmicks in each level, and your character has more skills, such as a parry. A parry? In a Sonic type game? I guess he's not going in circles. He's chasing me. Or he or does have some buns, some hair buns. I think that's a guy though. Yeah, I hope. I don't know if like the team that made Kaze. I mean, I don't know how successful Kaze was. If they're in a good enough financial state to just keep going and do another one, but man, I would love that, and I would love to see them sort of branch out a little bit and take it in some new directions. Carry is super clutch in Freedom Planet 2. I should check that out sometime. I don't know. I wasn't super big into Freedom Planet 1. I thought it was okay. But, like, Sonic games aren't really my jam that much anyway. So, like, it made sense that, like, oh, I played it and I kind of got tired a few levels in. It was a fun stream. It was on stream when I first played it. But, didn't really feel the pressure to keep going after I, turned off the OBS. You know what I mean? Get off my ass! I think this is a 4-phase fight. Oh crap. I gotta wait until the pink shield goes away and then jump on him. Damn it. Okay. How about another card? Looking forward to the final House of the Dragon on Sunday. Yeah, House of the Dragon. That show's been great. I'll tell you, it's been a while since I watched a show week to week, like a live action show. Obviously, I watch a lot of anime seasonally, but I don't really watch like regular shows seasonally these days, and it's been nice having that every week. You know what? If I take it in this first phase, let's take a dive and refresh our things. This is a long boss battle after all. We can't be taking a hit right up top. I will say I think that battle is a little long, but that's just me. I like a shorter boss fight. That's my preference. I know some people probably like a more long and elaborate fight with multiple phases. By the way, the audio is fine right now, right? You can hear me even while he's going like, ah, damn it. Between each of these sections, we're gonna, I guess, play as each of the 4 masks. By the way, one of the core gimmicks of this game is that there are 4 animal buddy masks that sort of work like animal buddies in DKC. Good for you. Fantastic. I mentioned before, I was talking about before how if I were to do a platformer, I'd want to have it set up where it'd be like Bowser's Fury. There'd be multiple variants of each level. One easy thing you could do for a variant, if you had like the Donkey Kong Country thing of animal buddies, is just put animal buddies in a version of the level. You know, have it so that you can play through a level with Rambi or something. And that could be a cool way to like mix it up. Of course, probably also change enemies as well. But like, it wouldn't be that hard to do, you know? Wouldn't be that hard. Wouldn't they? That's not true. It would be hard, but it wouldn't be that much of a leap, you know? To just like make variants of levels, but with like different animal buddies at play. I think that would help to like differentiate them and like also make it so that you know, it would make it easier to justify having all those animal buddies, even if they only have like a couple levels where, you know, in the original version they're there. This might be the final bit. Yeah. Not the final bits. This is the final bits. We don't have we don't have our magic heart friend with us, so we gotta not die. Time! Not that I was timing it. If this was a speed run, that would be time. All right. That's Kaze and the Wild Masks. Earlier, there was a big old raid from Kayla. If anyone from then is still around, I'm not sure if anyone then is still around. I think the giant rabbit is our friend, our brother, under a curse. Oh good, all the animals, all the enemies, they became vegetables again and we can eat them. We're all happy about it. I think the evil rabbit was our brother who had been cursed. So we're actually kind of sad about it. You know what? There's probably like I think there's a 100% ending where you get all the collectibles and it's not sad. But I didn't do that this time. We just did the any percent. Took us about 2 hours, let's say. That's about what I was expecting. What is this, her? Yeah, she's got a cool rod. It'd be cool if you could use that rod in gameplay. If they made a sequel. I don't know. Cool rod. What can you do with a cool rod? I could think of like a bunch of things you could try. Like maybe you could pole vault with it. Like if you did, that actually would be ridiculous. So yeah, the end, I've only got 3 of 31 of those things, so not a happy ending. But that is any percent. Let's give them the... Okay, tell us, who made this game? Credit sequence. Pixel Hive made this game. Andre Sean, Lawrence Quevedo, Thales Ribeiro, Greg Golan, Andre Sean, Cristiano Bartel, Dimitri Giovanni, Dimitri Giovanni, Brandon Jorez, maybe Jorez, Nicolas Rafael, Paulo de los Santos, Andrew Marhana, it's probably Marhana, right? Lawrence Quavero Rodrigo, I know how to say that one. Cristiano Luan, Matthias, Gabriel, Roberto, Wagner, Cristiano, Rodrigo, too many words. Daniel again, Cristiano and Daniel, Cristiano again, Cristiano and Daniel. This is an indie game. A lot of the people did most of the stuff. I think they did a pretty damn good job. Great work, everyone. If I were to make a 2D platformer, I would want it to be as good as this game. If I were to make an indie 2D platformer, this would be like the baseline for like, this is what I want to deliver. And, you know, ideally, if you think about it like, oh, but what if you did more than that, though? You want to go beyond it, right? But this would be like the baseline, what I would be aiming for as like a bar quality. I think they did a damn good job. And, you know, like I said, impeccable level design. And that's pretty fucking important in a platformer. There's actually a bunch of other roles here. I guess these are like marketing people in the publisher side. Yeah, community manager, marketing intern. Gotcha. Not necessarily involved with the development, but more the promotion. Warehouse manager and warehouse staff. Not sure what physical goods Kaze had. Did it have a physical release? And there's the quality assurance people. Nice work testing, folks. We respect QA. And yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Kaze, for playing the game. Folks, that is Kaze and the Wild Masks. Let's look at our time. Look how long it took us in game time. Probably very similar to real time. Yeah, about 2 hours. Did I finish the game on that? Did I finish the game when I played it that time? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. I once played this game while waiting for my phone to be repaired at an Apple store. Basically, I just went back to my car and played this game like for an hour or so while waiting because honestly, I didn't know how to get back to the Grapevine shopping center, which had my Apple store in it, up until like, you know, recently before I moved. Grapevine, town center, town hall, whatever. I just couldn't. I just couldn't find my way back there, so I just sat out and waited. I mean, I couldn't find my way back there without a phone, is what I'm saying. And since my phone was being repaired, it would be a bad idea to leave. So I played this game, and it took me like an hour 40 to do it, which is fun. It's time now to go over to the second game of the night, Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer. I'm gonna do a couple of things. First off, I'm gonna take the gameplay down. Second off, I'm going to, you know what? Let me turn off my Switch. I'm gonna switch the TV over to mirror what's on the PC. And once that is, come on. There we go. Once that is done, I will switch over to the randomizer view. Just be a second, folks. You know, I will say I'm coming up pretty close to real time as far as the YouTube goes, the YouTube VODs. I think I'm just like 2 weeks away from present. And if I like were to upload most of those like over the next few days, oh, I guess actually there is one from I meant to put up today, but I didn't. I'll put it up after the stream. It's like a viewer levels from a few weeks ago. There's only like 2 weeks of VODs until we're up to present, at which point I'll be able to switch over to just, you know, posting them 24 hours after, and it won't be like a deluge of videos, just like video. It'll be like, you know, videos the same cadence in which I stream, which will be a lot more manageable. Let me switch over to the randomizer stuff. Let me launch the game. Let me make sure that I'm on the right settings. Yes, okay. I'm gonna launch this one. That is Kaze. I named the file name after Kaze because that is the stream that it is. I will say I am playing it. This muted. Oh, I know what we need to do. Let me see how that sounds. How's the audio? Audio? Audio test? Test? Oh, maybe I... What? I have a thing that lets me test audio, but I'm not... Okay, I guess one of the mics is messed up. One second, I'll go over to the PC. Out of focus today, huh? Let me test. Test. It's a little hot. I'm gonna take it down a notch. Yeah, let's go -20 dB. That sounds good to me. Maybe a little higher. Let's go 17.5. How's that? That seems just about perfect. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the couch, and we should be good. You say something sounds weird? Like, hang on. Like, I'm right here, right? If I hit this, does it sound weird? Does it sound weird right now? I'm gonna hit it again. If it did sound weird, that might be because what it might be is that there's some sort of setting where it is an audio source that I'm supposed to be hearing, just me, just to hear my own voice. But if something got messed up and y'all were hearing it instead, that would necessarily sound weird. Let me switch over games, and I'm gonna post about it to the thing. DK64 Randomizer, Rando, with fast settings and loading zones and random. And loading zone. I'm gonna call them turbo settings. That's what I call them. Okay, game is DK64. And the tag is gonna be Randomizer. Alright, DK64 Rando with turbo settings. I'm gonna post this to a Discord real fast, just the DK64 Discord, so they know that we're doing this. Maybe folks from there will stop by. Let me see, where is the streams? Okay, here we go. Let me get my channel link from my Discord, and I'll post it there. When the guys are squeaking, I'm still good, right? You can still hear me clearly? I'm gonna have to... I'll probably switch out how I'm doing the audio test. Rather than having me hear my own voice, maybe I'll just have a recording of my own voice I can hear for comparison. And that'll be good enough for audio checking. Alright, 1 second. Okay, here we go. Doing a run of the randomizer. doing the rando with turbo settings, wherein I start with all 5 cogs. Where I start with all 5 cogs. Here's the setup. I start with all 5 cogs. Moves are free. And loading zones are randomized. Should move pretty fast. And there's the link to my stream. Alright, let's get this going. Let's get this show on the road. DK64 Randomizer. Let me grab my controller. How fast? I'm thinking around 2 hours is what my expectation is to get 40 bananas and call it. And finish. That is my expectation. That is about what I think I can do. One of my things that I'm trying to do right now is I want to... Champ is here? Yes, I see. Hello, Champ. How you doing? One thing that I'm trying to do is that I have plans for Extra Life, wherein I'm doing something called the Randomizer Roulette. Where basically, I'll be bouncing back and forth between 4 randomizers, including Paper Mario, DK64, Metroid Fusion, and Minish Cap. And my goal is to finish all 4 of them within a 12-hour stream, randomly switching back and forth with every 5 to 10 minutes, using a bit of technology, a BizHawk shuffler, as it's called. It should be chaotic and it should be fun, and I'm trying to figure out like what good settings are for each game, where it'll take like 2 or 3 or 4 hours for each, which would be perfectly fair to get through. And these are the settings I'm thinking for DK64. I start with all the cogs. Moves are free. Loading zones are randomized. And all I need to do is get 40 bananas and end. And that's the goal. Also, I have set it up right now where the what's the word? The showdown at the end. What's that area called? I have turned on that area with 2 of the rooms. I've set it to 2. Not sure if we'll set that for the actual Randomizer Roulette, just because the BizHawk Shuffler does not have the good EP-ROM settings, so it will be messed up, and I will not be able to save, and I'm not sure I'll be able to save state during the Randomizer Roulette, so, you know, if I die, it might be over, or if I accidentally leave the game, it might be over, so we might not do the actual showdown, the Hideout Helm, that's it. Hideout Helm during the Randomizer Roulette, but I want to try that out tonight and see if it feels good. If it's not too hard, maybe we'll go for it and try our luck. Save states work. During the... I don't know if you ever used the BizHawk Shuffler. BizHawk Shuffler is a thing that, like, automatically takes a save state and switches back and forth between, like, a number of games automatically over a certain time frame. Alternatively, do the EP-ROM setting. I'll tell you, getting BizHawk to work at all with the Shuffler is already a feat. It's already a feat. Also, you can see, by the way, I've done some let me get my emo tracker to a nice location. I've done some manual modifications to the emo tracker. Usually it doesn't have like tracking of the buddy locations, the shops, but I find it easier to keep track of them over here, so I've done some modifications to do that. Yeah, I'll say that warning is helpful because the first time I played the game, I didn't realize that was a problem and just lost progress by not being careful, so, you know, I'm definitely taking save states from now on, and that's how we'll do this. I also do have Project 64 set up properly for it, but I kind of prefer using this actually. Okay, so let's see. We found Fungi Forest. I'm gonna... Whenever I find a world, get access to a world, I'm going to mark it like that on the tracker. And that'll be part of the thing. Oh wow, look at that. Mushroom leads... The mushroom leads into Fungi Forest. What the fuck? What are you doing underwater? Is that a valid location for a Kasplat? What's going on? Hello? I don't have an instrument, so I can't kill him. Really? That's allowed? It's not a glitch. It's allowed. Okay. Seagull is telling me that it's allowed. Orange's gun instrument can kill. Yep, that's true. I don't have any of that yet. We do start out with the ground pound, so let me mark that off on the tracker. Upgrade 1, we don't track that. That's cheating. Yeah, it is cheating. Alright, we just did Forest, Cranky. There's no one else in the forest, so... Let's see now. Let's go back out to the... Let's go back out to the aisles and we'll... Gotcha. Let's go back to the aisles and go to the... Go get us a first banana. By the way, 40 bananas sounds like it's a bit hard, but there are some easy ones hanging out. Obviously all the ones... Jesus. Fungi Forest is the hub. Is always a hub, isn't it? I swear, every time I play this game, it's so easy to get into Fungi Forest. I guess that's just because it has so many entrances and exits. Well, we can try another one right now. Hub world. All roads lead to the forest. Yep. Alright, let's go. Huh. I wonder if I'll need Cranky's help here. Probably not, no. It's a good question. Let's see. Yeah, well, yeah, I definitely need it, but this is Japes. We just found Japes, so let's exit level and figure out and just turn around, go into Japes and get the power-ups from here. Oh shit! That guy's right there. I like the random locations that these guys can be in. I think that's fun. Alright, that's one of those. The first time I did what I called turbo settings, I didn't allow myself to get blueprints because I thought it would, you know, cause it to go too fast, you know, allowing myself to just get a bunch of easy bananas. But I realized that it's more fun if I can just get a bunch of bananas. It's just more fun to let myself do that. And, you know, whenever we see a Kasplat, we're gonna be happy campers. And as a result, in my testing, just like trying it out, it takes around an hour and a half for me to get 30, and maybe like 2 hours to get like 40. And I'm thinking 40 is a good amount for the Randomizer Roulette. And, you know, it's honestly, it's... There we go, that's the second one. We should get the moves before we go in there in case we can't come back from there. So let's go over there. The one thing that is new that I'm not really like super jumping at is the randomized, you can randomize the helpers now, and that'll sort of mix up where they are in each world. That just basically amounts to... Look at that, we got Blue Slam. That basically just amounts to moving around where Snide is, because all the other helpers are basically the same in the randomizer anyway. But, you know, moving around Snide's location, the one location you don't have to go to, you know, until you have to turn in, does change things a bit. But not really enough for me to, like, be that interested in it, I think. If you know what I mean. I kind of like Snide just being Snide can stay there. Snide can be in his regular location, and I'll just, you know, easier for me to remember where everything else is. Vanilla. I'm also, by the way, I'm only doing Helm. No other boss fights in this. Just 40 bananas, Helm, and K. Rool. That's just basically my preference. I don't really like the boss fights much at all. So, you know, skipping them and being able to just go directly to the good bits, that's you know, that's my prerogative. That's how I like to do it. If you get a hint from Funky, it's an extra puzzle. How do you mean? How do you mean, Seagull? A hint for Funkies. Like you mean the Winky will tell it? Winky. Wrinkly will tell you where. You mean Wrinkly will tell you where the shop will be. Oh, does Wrinkly tell you like what items are available in each shop? Huh. I didn't know that. Apparently, I'll say currently the hints are turned off. Apparently there was a there's an issue. Homing ammo. There's an issue with the randomizer right now where if you have like low key requirements, if you have like a low key requirement, if you have a low key requirement, the hint will cause the randomizer to like stall out. Apparently that's gonna be fixed in 2.0. But that's fine. I don't think I've ever used the wrinkly hit in this randomizer. I've mostly just been fine figuring it out bit by bit. Let's go in that hole. Let's make a hole and go in it. We just did Japes, we did Funky, and we did Cranky. And you know what? We haven't found any... Somehow we haven't found any... any actual Kong moves. Just family moves. Some hints tell you about items, the important ones. Gallon Funky sells coconut gun. Galleon. Oh, that's as an example, yeah. Where is this? Are we in... I think we're in ice. Are we in ice? Well, there's nothing we can do here, but we can exit level and get into caves. What the fuck? Man, every time I see a vanilla connection in the randomizer, it's always funny. Oh wait, no, this isn't caves, this is castle. I thought it was one of those little cottages in caves, you know? I'll say I played a lot of DK64, but I've never 100%ed it. Thank you for the follow, your Soyori. Much obliged. It does look extremely similar, yeah. Let's see, what can we do here? I think the first step, well, obviously there's a lot of loading zones that could lead anywhere. Could lead a lot of good places. But let's first walk up the thing and get the move. You'd have to happen to know what's in what building. Gotcha. They might have reused resources between those bits. Even. Don't quote me on that. That might not be true. But I wouldn't be surprised. That's how development works after all. A little bit of reuse is, you know, efficiency. It's just smart development, you know, pragmatic. Efficient. Reused resources in my game? Yeah, I don't know. Not if I can help it. There's one book in like the entire game. Look at that, we got some moves. Let's see what we got Diddy-wise. I haven't set it up where all the moves are like you can get all the moves as one person. I kind of like switching between the Kongs to do it because that kind of helps me keep track of like what I'm actually getting. I feel like if I just did it automatically, I would just button pass it and not even realize what exactly I was collecting. We got 2 more. 7-ish colors for lots of books. Orangutan sprint. 2 barrels. Are all these gonna be barrels? What do you want to bet all these are barrels? I mean, I guess the safe money is that they're not all barrels. That would be way against the odds. Keep an eye out for any book called Monkey Science by M. Inuit. Saxophone Slam! We got the Saxophone Slam. That allows us to open up some doors and caves. Well, you know, it allows a lot of stuff, actually. You know what? I don't know this game well enough to do, like, an inventory of what every instrument does. Mostly, they just do a lot of stuff. But I know there's doors and caves that'll... Pineapple launcher, that's great. Doors, and also some easy bananas just became accessible. Of course, we do have to get, most of chunky stuff. We have to get the primate punch, the hunky chunky, and the gorilla gone, right? We don't have to get instrument or coconut or pineapples though. All right, that's Castle, and we got Frankie. I think let's go up to the top. You know, another thing about randomizing the Kong locations is you can make it so that 2 of the Kongs are outside in the castle, and I kind of think it's the Kong helpers. I kind of think it's more interesting for the Kong helpers to be in their own loading zones, where they're kind of hard to get at. Is that a domino enemy? Yes. The enemies are randomized a bit. Okay. You know what? We'll climb the tower later. I don't think there's anything waiting for us except for a warp pad, so we'll do that later if we need to. Okay, that leads to outside. Good to know. We found a way back to castle. That's pretty easy. Let's try out more doors. There's a lot more doors left. Let's walk up the castle. The castle. Let's walk up the island and do that thing. I have, by the way, these things I call cue cards with stuff I want to talk about written on them. Let me pull up one while I'm walking. Follow up on battle passes. I don't know if I've talked about this on stream, but recently I might have said it. I have never bought a battle pass before. Okay, that's just another way to Fungi Forest. Yeah, fantastic. I can't get back out the way I came. Great. I said before that I've never gotten a battle pass before, but today the other day I actually got one for the first time. I got into Marvel Snap the other day, and I was just having so much fun with it. I was just like, okay, shit, give me that battle pass. I'm down. And so far it's okay. I'll say that, like, it's not, doesn't seem like it's that big of a get, but come on, dude. Go ahead and clear that. But I can't say anymore that, like, yeah, I've never gotten a battle pass, because now I have. And yeah, Marvel Snap is a hell of a game. Where is this? This castle again? I think this is castle. This seems like a timed race. I don't have the... Okay. I don't have the speedy... I do have the speedy sprint, so if I were to get to that barrel... Hey, look at that! That's the 5th one. Okay, good. That wasn't so bad, actually. That was easy. Rare love their mazes. Yeah, that was there was one in Banjo as well. I will say, what the fuck? That just came out the vanilla exit. That's funny. Is it supposed to go out the vanilla exit every time? Is that just how it works? Inherently? Well, now that I'm back up here, why don't I just continue walking up? Nah, it's random. Damn, man. That was the vanilla location, right? That's where it normally lets out. Yes, I guess there's not that many loading zones where you can expect a vanilla location or two every time you generate, or at least, you know, pretty often. Pretty often when you generate a seed. Okay. And yeah, there's nothing much we can do up here except for ooh. Let's get that Crusher. That Kasplat. I'm sorry. Kasplat. Did I say Crusher? Did that guy say Crusher earlier? I meant Kasplat. Alright, let's exit to aisles and then we're gonna... Yeah, the odds of no vanilla locations are very low. Gotcha. A few there, here and there is pretty common. Right, that makes sense. That's a grape shot. Don't have that yet. We're gonna climb up, we're gonna hit the 4, and then we're gonna go into the factory door. And that's like one of the last loading zones to check out here. There's 3 more loading zones in the outside, I think. No, wait. There's Fungi Forest. There's Angry Aztec. There's the caves entrance. And that's it for like loading zones. Oh, there's the tiny island. There's Tiny's Island. Okay, there's 4 other ones. We can't get in the 4th one yet though. Other than this one right here. And Hideout Helm is not randomized, obviously. Okay. Just castle. Wait. Did we go out the exit of castle? Let me actually check. What is the exit of castle? Because that's something that we should know. I'm just gonna check real quick, like. Exit level. And that leads... Caves lobby. Okay. Yep. Yes. I didn't check where this leads. Yep. This is also castle. And I don't have coconuts, so... Wait. I don't have coconuts, and I don't have punch, so... Nothing doing there. You did, but you didn't check where it leads. Same with Japes. Right. We did go into the Japes door, right? You know, there's always gonna be a number of, like, areas that we can explore where we haven't sufficiently gone yet. That leads into forest. Let's check Aztec real fast. The last 3 locations in the hub that we need to check, that we can check right now. Oh, no, we have the thing. The coconut is what we need for this easy banana, right? By the way, you can tell, adding up blueprints, we have 8 total. But also we need to get 8 bananas total including blueprints. But also we need to get the moves and you know, enough moves to beat K-Rool. Also we need to, you know, get good. Let me hit this 3. I hear a Kasplat. But I don't see a Kasplat. Where are Kasplats? Probably up on the thing. How you doing, by the way, Seagull? You doing well? Sleeping okay? It wasn't Frayhawk. Jeez. I guess I'm not very observant. I thought it might be up above on the high ground or something. You doing all right? That's great. All right, let's see what's in Aztec, and then let's see what's in Caves, and then we'll go from there. Okay, we got another way to Japes. Another way to Japes. That's cool. Japes is pretty easy to get to. You're working on making a door not invisible. Cool. That's a pretty convenient way into Japes. Let's see. I have the saxophone. Neither of these is... This one's... Well, one of those isn't anything, but this one is the triangle. It's literally invisible due to some glitch. Gotcha. Fuck. Seagull does, help... Is doing some development on the randomizer, by the way, for those who don't know. Pretty cool dude. When you first found me, Seagull, you were just getting into the scene. You know, just getting into that. Now, would you say that you've come into it, come into your own? Made some nice contributions? Just another way to... Okay, just another way to forest. Cool, okay, let's start doing some forest checks. Why not? You've learned a ton? That's great. I've learned a bit or two, a thing or two here as well. You know, like I said, I modified the emo tracker a bit. You did do a few small contributions, gotcha. Nice. I recently learned how to, like, edit those emo tracker package files, and as you can see, I've done a bunch of customizations here, which I think is really gonna help me out for doing my checks efficiently and shit. Okay, where we want to go now? Let's think about this for a second. Let's see. I don't have the tiny barrel, so I can't go in there, but I do have the ability to make it night, so that's gonna open up a couple of doors. So why don't we exit level? Balam supported you a ton. That's great to hear. A mentor, as they a mentor, not mentor. I don't think that's how you say that word. A mentor. You know, they say that you ought to have a mentor. You know, to help you develop as a whatever. I don't know. I like just figuring things out by myself. I guess I'm kind of what's the word? Solitary? Kind of more the solitary sort. I don't know. It's easier for me to be playing on my own, having a good time, fighting my way through games, and also, like, you know, figuring out how to do things on my own, even without a ton of... Ah, shit! Those fucking guys. I gotta watch out for those guys. You like figuring out things by yourself, but it would be very complicated to do that. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. A lot of stuff is like that, where you look at it and you're like, what the fuck? And it's just really impossible to get the head around it. I guess until a human tells you, like, okay, this is how this works, this is what this is how this all goes together. And then it starts to make sense. I could go through there, but that's where we came, so We already know what that is. Let's see where this leads. This is Galleon. We got into Galleon. We don't have the punching ability, so we can't get through there. But we can exit level and... No. Okay, good. Oh! We got into Aztec! Oh! Double punch there of Galleon and Galleon and Aztec. Wow. Yeah, let's go indeed. Oh shit, there's so many moves we can get right now. Let's go get Cranky. Let's go get Cranky's moves. We haven't gotten that many moves yet, because the levels we've gotten into actually have sort of locked away moves. And also we've gotten a lot of like general all Kong family moves. Like this one, which is a third melon. I'm actually gonna go into Galleon first. And then we'll go into Aztec, though it's pretty easy to switch between them. All I have to hit is exit level at any time, and I'll just be immediately like whisked away back to the thing. Right. I can't do the punchy thing here, but let me make sure there's not like a splat or something. There's not. Okay, cool. Okay, they're to the right, right? The Kong helpers are to the right here. There's this guy I need to stealth around. I could unlock the area. There can be a Kasplat in one of the chests. Okay, well, I can't open it anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. I could open the area, but I don't have tiny strength power, and I don't have, like, the jump powers either, so there's really no benefit to going over there into the gold coin room yet. Unless... let's see what we got here. Baboon Blast, that's the pad. Alright. We got a bunch of moves to get. Let's go. Peanuts! She said peanuts. I like how many fun facts you have, Seagull, about this. I sometimes have played through randomizers like offline. You know, I like to use them as a podcast game on occasion, just play through one idly and, you know, sort of like, you know, get into the habit of doing the checks and shit. You know, when you're doing it as a podcast game, it's just you just not paying full attention, wandering around. What was that? Special barrel. Okay, good. Okay. Need to pay attention here. Alright, we got Cranky and we got Candy here in Galleon. Let me make sure those are marked off. We go over here. I forget if I set it up where some stuff is open. I know that there's a setting now that lets you open up the door in Aztec, and I forget if that's enabled in this seat or not. I'm not sure if I love that one just because it seems like it opens a little too much. And I feel like sometimes you should have stuff that requires like some item to get through, right? If it's like a long and a like boring thing, like, oh, we have to do like a 5-minute challenge to get these music pads to appear. No, I'm going the wrong way. I feel like I'm okay with skipping that, but it's just like, if it's just like, you know, open a door that would otherwise require the guitar, that to me is not something that's so interesting to skip. We just got an ammo belt. Cool. Alright, that's the galleon moves taken care of. Exit level. What is on the Seagull? Tell me. What is on the... What's the word? What's the word for, like, things you want to do? What is on the roadmap? That's it. What's on the roadmap for, Also, like, an hour or two ago, I was having trouble trying to think of a word. It might have been boutique. Like, boutique? Anyway, what's on the roadmap for DK64 Randomizer right now? What new features are y'all putting together? I'd love to hear about it. And know, like, what exactly is, you know, what's cool? What? We got another just regular move. It's just upgrade 2. Got 2 projectiles. We don't have the guitar yet, but is the door open anyhow? The door is open. Okay, I have... This is set up with that, doors open. There's CB Rando. That is the... CB being, the... CB Rando. Like the... I know there's like the warp pads are randomized, or going to be randomized in the future. But Lanky Kong and Trombone Chap says, Trebucket, yeah, that would be great. Colored bananas. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Did I just go into someone who doesn't have a thing? Yeah, I did. Colored banana round. Harder difficulties for golden bananas rather than easy ones. So yeah, you can make some golden bananas easier now. And I guess you're saying that they'll have an option to make them harder instead. That's interesting. Level order. What do you mean level order? Just like manually specifying what levels the order go in? Full item rando. What you mean like the bananas can be a pickup can be a banana, can be a golden banana? Or when you say like full item rando, are you talking like golden bananas could be a regular banana and a regular banana could be a golden banana? That's gonna be ridiculous when you set that up, because suddenly 99% of things won't involve any effort. What the fuck did I just get? It's not... It's guitars is up. Okay. Need to pay attention. Hard level order. Jape Slavi leaves the caves, but caves is the 5th cheapest level. What am I doing? I just got the Gazar Gazump. Okay. Oh, by the way, Aztec, we have gotten candy. What am I doing? Having fun? Yeah, I'm having fun. It's good. I like going around finding all the moves, and then just like getting a bunch of golden bananas. One after another, after another, after another. It's good to me. I also like just the process of figuring out, like, okay, how do we get to this world? You go in this door, and this door takes you here, and then you exit the world. Okay, where's the actual exit? Where's like an easier way to get into that? And it's like, oh shit. It's very fun to deduce all these things and figure it out. And I will say, since I do like, I like to just start out with all the Kongs to begin with. For me, as a result of that, did I already get this guy? I don't think I did. As a result, I don't need these temples to not be randomized, so I'm open in the future. I'm looking forward in the future to when that is, that is randomized, and you can just randomly walk into the temples that you get Diddy, or not Diddy, Lanky or Tiny in. That'll be a good addition, I think. That was a Diddy blueprints. Very good. And let's see, just got Cranky. Now just need to go over and get Aztec. Get Funky Kong. Let's see what we got. We got just a chunky move. Perfect. We like it. Punch. I want the punch. Funky chunky, I'll take it. I'm gonna pull up another card and I'm gonna talk about what's on it. Been listening to Revolutions, nearly done. Over the last week or two or three, I have talked a bit about, re-listening to the podcast Revolutions, and sort of just going through it at a blazing pace, and honestly neglecting all my other podcasts as a result, because I'm basically listening to like 10 years of podcasts, all one after another, just sort of letting them roll. And I'll tell you right now, I'm on the last episode. The last episode is the next one I have to listen to. And once that's done, well, I'm free. And then I'll have to figure out something else to watch idly when I'm bored, or listen to when I'm bored. It's a great podcast, and just, damn, man, there's a lot of history, it turns out. Would highly recommend checking out Revolution's podcast, or The History of Rome, also by the same guy. Do those start out with the things on the door? With the... Yes, they do. Okay, cool. I know if you don't have that option set that they, they start off with just no button. I do find this more fun, where I can immediately just start using these weapons to get into some doors. We found caves. We found caves, y'all. Also, we got Funky and Aztec. Hey, we do have the rocket barrels, so that's fun. Let's try to get onto this platform and give him a... shit! That's right, caves. That is the location we are at. We're not gonna do this one. We're just gonna exit level. Aztec door is open level. The gun, oh shit, this is also... We found another Funky, folks. Or is this Candy? Nope, this is Funky, Damn, what a get! Oh wait, it's nothing. It's nothing. Oh wait, no, it's red switches, that's big. That's like one of the two good. That's like one of the two good General Kong upgrades you can get. That's right, Castle Shop. We love it. We love it. Let's go back up to caves then. There's two ways over there. But let's caves it up. We want to caves it up. We want to get all three of the Kong helpers that are here. We're in a very lucrative spot here. Before we even have to worry about like, oh, what's the next loading zone we need to do. I think I'm nearly out of cards too. Which is, I'll say I'm not that close to finishing this. So, I kind of like to pace out the cards, but... Strong Kong. That's this, right? Invincibility? Yeah. And let me mark off Funky Kong right now. Then you'll have to think of stuff on the fly. Baboon Balloon. I got cards. Let's have... No, I shouldn't try to like one-up the reveals. of moves. Moves is a big deal. Spring, we got spring. There we go. Now it's time for a card. More Sound Euphonium. Sound Euphonium is a fantastic slice of life, like orchestra band anime about girls who are, you know, in band and having a good time running around, trying to learn their instruments, be really good in competition, and it's fun. It is, you know, it has a wide cast. It's sort of an ensemble piece, though there are main characters among the. There are characters that get a lot more attention than others. There's a main crew. You're sort of focused on the euphonium players, the bass section, basically. And also, there's a little bit of, you know, Yuri action. There's a little bit of girl-on-girl stuff. A little bit of girl-on-girl romance. One of the episodes I watched since the last time I streamed was perhaps one of the best dates that's in all of anime, I will say. Where, like, there's something good up here in this barrel blast. Let's do it. One of the best dates in anime where, like, this cool... She's a cool, cool trombone girl, right? The like, nervous euphonium girl, who's the main character, accidentally asks the, cool trombone girl... No, not trombone, trumpet girl, out on a date because she wanted to get away and get out of having to, you know, satisfy the dude who totally thinks he's gonna have a relationship with her, but nah, man, nah, you gotta give it up. Anyway, they have an amazing date. They take their instruments and they walk up a mountain, and then they look out for coconuts. Watermelon. Grape. Pineapple. Oh no, I need to get it 2 more times! Well, fuck that. Okay. They went on a really amazing date. They walked up a mountain. And then once they got to a nice vantage point, they played their instruments and then they flirted a bunch. And it's beautiful and it's good. There's a pattern. I know there's a pattern. It's just... I'm not gonna learn it. We can find easier bananas, folks. We can find easier bananas than that. I'm gonna... I can do better. I can do better. Anyway, they go on an amazing date, and just from then on, it's just, you know, they're an amazing pair. I love them, Kumiko and Reina. And I just wish that all the writers of the show recognized that they made a gay couple, and wouldn't stop, and would give up on the idea of like, wait, I feel like sometimes in that show, there's some writer that's like, wait, why aren't we doing anything with the love interest boy? And the answer is, he's a false, he's a trick. He's not the real one. Reina's the real love interest. It's Yuri. And it's like, oh no, that can't be right. That can't be right. That writer is like, that can't be right. And the guy who wrote the other scenes is just like, did you see what I wrote? She literally like traced a line up her lips and went like this. You know? It was sexy and good. And there's no two ways to it. There's no heterosexual way to interpret that, guys. Come on, you gotta pack it up. You gotta pack it up and admit that you did a gay. You made a gay romance and it's beautiful and we love it. But walking it back, no, don't. You can't. I will say they did make a movie and the movie is much more unabashedly gay. There's not even a male, like, love interest for those two in Liz and the Bluebird. Liz and the Bluebird, that's what's called? Liz and the Bluebird? Yeah, that's right. We can go in this. We can go in this now. Okay, let's go in this now and see where it leads, just for shits and giggles. What the fuck is this? Well, this is obviously still caves. Oh, I see what we need to do. I was really close to death there. Well, we'll come back and do that later. Monkey science books? Oh shit. I died before I could look at them. I literally didn't see them. Anyway, loving rewatching that show. That's Sound Euphonium, definitely one of my favorite shows. Was one of the first that I watched, like, when I first got into watching simulcast anime. It was Sound Euphonium, IQ, Girlish Number, and Yuri on Ice. Those were the first 4 that I watched when I got a Crunchyroll sub. Also, Self-Correction, Book of Science is what it's called. Gotcha, Seagull. Where am I going now? I need to find Candy. I think Candy is this way. There's only 2 ways to go in this level, like one way or the other way, so not that hard to find things. I like the design of this level a lot. I think it's neat how everything is just organized around a chasm, you know? I think a platformer level needs some... A 3D platformer needs some sort of clear organization to the levels where you can get, like, a clear idea of, like, where everything is and sort of make a mental map. I think this game does it well enough. Coconuts! You got coconuts. You know, I had some Five Guys before the stream. I went out and got Five Guys for dinner. I'll say I had their fries today and they fucked it up. They weren't good today. I don't know what happened. Usually, you know, usually their fries are unassailable, but today they didn't nail it. They were like all burnt and crispy. Not the soft and delicious fries you expect from Five Guys. Which is kind of a shame because they're $5. They're expensive fries. And usually they're, no, they sort of justify themselves by being like, oh, also they totally justify themselves by being the best in the business, but it wasn't right today. I actually didn't eat them all. That's how bad they were. That's how off they were. I just was like, okay, I can't finish these. Unfortunate. Okay, we've now gotten all the places here. We could go back and do the ice castle, but let's go in some of these doors. Let's see. We got we don't got triangle. We don't have trumpet. We don't have bongos. So what we do have is sax and guitar. So let's go in those doors and see what's up. Seagull, by the way, is in chat proposing a worldwide conspiracy, considering that he also had a bad food service. I mean, this isn't service. A bad food experience at a restaurant the other day with takeouts. I got the nuts. I can do it. Let's do it. I'm skeptical about that. I think it's just a one-off. I would like to think that the fries are still worth it at Five Guys. I mean, when the fries are good, they're the best fries out there. And I love them. But yeah, you know, some fries you get and they're just like... At a lot of places I have fries and they're not even very good and I still eat them, right? I still go ahead and just like, okay, the fries aren't very good, but I'm fine with that, whatever. Good fries are amazing, and I'll say like average fries with ketchup, they're good. saxophone. You know, we do have all of Diddy Kong's moves. We can now get the tower thing done. And then after that, we can totally shrink down Dixie. We can shrink down Tiny. Whoa. Hello. Another one of these. What are the odds there? I don't have the thing, though. But... wait a minute. Before I leave, how do we get into... you know what? We'll find our way back to Aztec the normal way. Let me exit. How did we get into caves? I forget, actually. Sometimes my memory isn't great, which is, you know, it is partially my fault not taking notes, but, you know, not taking notes where things lead, but so we have to think sometimes, like, how are we gonna get back here? Hey, look at that! Wow, okay. Also, I totally just realized I didn't check where that door led earlier on. I totally forgot about it. It leads into that area. Well, now we have a good way back to caves. We just have to take the thing back. Now, is there a faster way into trying to remember how we got into Water World in the first place. The only world we haven't been to yet at this point is Factory. So once we get Factory, we're pretty much home free, and we should be able to get all the remaining power-ups and stuff easily. I do know there's a way to get back into the music doors in Ice lead there, so you kill this guy. You can always rewatch the VOD. That's true. That's true. I will say I'm planning on doing this in one go. That's my intent here. Fuck. Ah! Silly of me to do such reactions when I'm just getting hit by a guy, but... oh, come on. Too fast, come on. Second try. Oh, shit! I forgot about the get out. Let's give it a second try. I can do it. Nah, hang on. Fuck that. The robot's there. I don't want to deal with the robots. Another ice way was through this way, right? No, wait, the exit door is the ice. Is also ice. I want to go back to Temple. Back to Angry Aztec. There's a couple of things I can do there right now that will be good to check and good to do. So let's do that. How did you change Kongs without the barrel? In the randomizer, there's some quality of life improvements to the game, and one of which is that if you just use the D-pad, you can switch between Kongs seamlessly, and it's very, very convenient. And then there's Chunky. He's dead. Chunky's alright. He's good. I don't have the punch yet, so I can't get through things. Yeah, it's good. There is, by the way, an option to just... I think there's just an option if you want to just play the game pretty much vanilla. I think you can set that up where it's basically vanilla, but with the quality of life improvements. Oh yeah, it's also available as a standalone ROM hack. I think there's other things that that this has that are good to have as like quality of life things. Let's do this. We were doing this before. Is Chunky stronger than Donkey? Canonically, yes. Yes, he is. Okay, here's what we gotta do. We're gonna baboon balloon. We're gonna get the... Ow! Oh no! 2, 1. Come on! Oh, come on! Donkey Kong! Yeah! Okay, good. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. That took us a couple tries. Do we have the balloon move? Yes, so we can go through there. Let's go see what that is. Chunky can lift boulders with relative ease, which is a special power that only he has. No one else can lift boulders with relative ease. Everyone else would really have to work at it. That's really not worth it for them to do that because Chunky is right there. This, we just have to flip the K rule once, right? No. What's the deal? What's the game? Yeah, sure. Okay, we gotta turn as many over to DK. Well, I'm gonna follow him around then. I'm losing. It's close. It's not close anymore. Okay, it's close again. Yeah, we did it! I think we just did it by 1. Also, my count was off. We're at 10. We have a bunch of blueprints. We need 40 total. But also, we do need to find Factory and get the last couple of moves from Forest, Castle, possibly Castle, and most definitely Factory. Look at that. Let's get that motherfucker. You know, there's a lot of stuff we can probably do in Forest now. We have the jet barrel even, so we can go to the top of the big mushroom. There's a lot of places we can check pretty much everywhere, where, you know, we don't super have to worry about getting back to places. You're gonna head to bed? Good night, Trebucket. You have a good one. Oh, shit. Good night, good night, good night. There we go. Boulder. That unlocks another boulder. This is a multi-part banana, isn't it? What if I went and, let's see, where are we going now? I want to go back to the shed where all the all the instrument doors are. That's by Candy. Yes, here we go. And we'll just go on one of these and get into back to World 2. Seems like a plan. It is midnight. I'll say yeah, I guess we did go 2.5 hours on Kaze and the Wild Masks. And, yeah, you know. We've been going maybe like, what? Well, actually, I can check to see how long we've been I've been playing this this session, DK64, about an hour and 10 minutes. And we've seen most places, and we've gotten most moves. We are still, you know, we haven't gotten most bananas, but once we have all moves, you know, there's nothing stopping us from just rounding up a whole bunch. And also, of course, there's in fact, why don't we just go get one right now? There's one right here. What I want to do here is well, first off, there's doors we haven't gone in, right? There's like those. I think we only went in the Diddy Kong door, didn't we? Okay, triangle. Fuck. This is a circle with some. This is an eyeball. That's what that is. Alright, where's the plus? I think the plus is out here on the. Yep. There we go. I should really go inside a tag barrel and get my life replenished at the nearest convenience. That's the nearest opportunity. The next opportunity. There we go. 11. And also we do have, let's see. I count 7 blueprints. 7 blueprints. So we're about halfway done as far as gold bananas go. About halfway done as far as golden bananas go, and most way done as far as moves go, so should be getting. Wait, there's nothing over here because there's no Kasplat. Never mind. I forgot that area just has a Kasplat vanilla-wise. Also, you know what? Speaking of bananas, there's some easy ones in some of these temples, which, you know, aren't randomized because once you get into Aztec, they want you to be able to get to the Kongs where the Kongs are. Which, you know, I'll say because I don't randomize the Kongs themselves, I start with them. It doesn't really do me anything. You know, it'd be cool, Seagull. It'd be cool if you could just randomize the Kongs themselves. No, actually, that's a bad idea, isn't it? Like, what if just a random banana somewhere in the world was actually Diddy Kong, and you had to somehow find that banana? That'd be a nightmare. Take that back. That's a bad idea. But I do think that it's kind of funny how it's, you know, it's always gonna be these. It's always gonna be Aztec and Aztec Japes and Factory that have your Kong buddies. I think that's a little weird. I think that it'd be cool if they could be somewhere else, you know? It doesn't have to be every location, I guess. It could just be like, I don't know, what would be a good compromise? That wouldn't be like incredibly impossible to do. Let's shoot the vulture. Do I have zooming yet? Nah. Nah, I don't. Okay. Great. There we go. Careful what you wish for. Well, I don't have to use it. Someone else can use it. I'm just gonna start with all the Kongs, no matter how it's set up. I'm just gonna start with all the Kongs. Well, unless it was, like, really cool and fun. You know, like, maybe, like, I don't know. You know, I don't know how you'd set it up, or where exactly you would put them. But there's gotta be, like, a good answer to, like, oh, they could be in just random world. doesn't matter which. Maybe there could be like one position in each world where, one or two positions in each world where where like Kongs can be. And it would just be on the player to like memorize like, okay, these are the places we have to check for Kongs, but other than that, it's normal style, nothing is essential. You know, you just have to get what you want to get. I guess there are people, I see people out there, I do know people out there doing 100%, which I guess I didn't think about before. When I was posting to the, oh, I don't have the triangle yet. When I was posting this, I did see that there are people out there doing 101% for within the randomizer, which couldn't be me. I like to get in, get out, a nice 40 bananas. I think that is more than enough to satisfy me. I have the guitar. Do you still have to play the guitar to do a thing? Or like to get a golden banana? Yeah, okay, he's Llama's in there, so let's jam away. Oh, you don't? Okay. I guess I was thinking when I saw it that it was like in Banjo-Tooie, where in Banjo-Tooie when a pad is unneeded, it disappears, but that's not how DK64 works, is it? The pads just stay around even if they already been used, already been expended. Okay, we're gonna do the tower, and then we're gonna go as Dixie Kong up to a thing, and we're gonna see where that loading zone takes us. Except for battle crown pads, those disappear. That's true, yeah. Very true. All right, let's one. Maybe when I said quick, I did say it would go quickly. Maybe when I said quick, some people were thinking like 40 minutes. I don't do any speed running or anything of the sort. I'm a pretty casual player, all things concerned. Me making a randomizer fast typically just involves like, I'm just putting up some settings where I can just basically run around and do all the things I like to do, and not have to do any of the things I don't like to do. That's basically what I mean when I say fast, in the context of a randomizer. I will fully admit that it'll take me with my settings that are pretty casual around like 5-7 hours to do like a full Paper Mario randomizer where I know like people who know how to do the glitches and also more efficient routing, I guess, and like better at dodging enemies can do it in a lot less time. Even like having to get all the star spirits. But you know, so long as you're having fun, it doesn't really matter. And I just like, a 2-hour experience where you can basically like get in there, run around, find everything, feel pretty completed at the end of the day. I feel like that's a good thing, you know? It's a good thing you can do on any evening where you don't know what to play. You can just be like, oh yeah, let's do some of this. That's basically how I view the randomizers that I've gotten into. Do I have to kill the bugs here? This sounds like it's minigame music. Hey, that was easy. That's pretty nice. Hey, look, you warped from one area with Tiny to another area with Tiny. It makes sense. All right. You know, we did get into the underground area as the underground area of Japes. That's how we got into Japes earlier. With the moves that we have, we could totally get into like the later area of that area. We could totally get into several doors of Japes. At this point, honestly, the world is our oyster. Anywhere we go, we're gonna find success. We're gonna find the next thing. You know, we're gonna find something to look at. We're in a good position. Let me recharge my health. Get those melons. You know, earlier we were playing Kaze and the Wild Masks. That is a game that also involves fruit and vegetables, except they're enemies. Fun little through line for this here stream. Fruit and vegetables. That's kind of forced. It's kind of not that big of a connection. We're at 23. Okay, let's do it. No. I think Lanky might be the easiest one for this. Because he has such a big range on all his attacks, you know? He's kind of like Chunky Kong, but with more reach on his dash attack. No problem, Rabbit. I always think of this guy as the guy who races you in Fungi Forest. I don't know if I ever saw this one, because I only saw this the first time the other day, and I was like, what? Oh, okay. I guess that's where the fire guys come from. First time I saw the fire guys, I was like, what the fuck? But, yeah, they're not that bad. Once you know that you can kill them by just running it, just you know, attacking them. They're immune to weapons and stuff. So that is a bit, it did throw me for a loop. We can get a, let's get this one. That's where the fireballs guys come from. Yeah. I think that's all these doors that we can go in right now. We should also go in the other temple and get the easy banana where Tiny Kong was, or no, that's Lanky Kong was there. I'm just going into it badly. There we go. 17, and we're at 8 blueprints. We're at 25 of 40. I think 40 is a good number. I think 40 is the right number. 30, I feel like, is just over too quickly. I need a little more meat, you know? Not being fish that caused it. Not being fish that caused it. Not sure where you're going with that. Let's head into that other temple and you know, do a thing. Get a banana or two. We have grapes, so we can get the. We have grapes. We have tiny mode. There's multiple bananas we can get in there. We have to do a barrel blast to open. You can. Oh, okay. It was just a hitbox issue. I can get it as unguard, is what you're saying. Gotcha. For some reason, I don't think of unguard as a fish. Well, I guess he is a swordfish. I don't think of swordfish as just regular fish. Which is confusing, I know, because swordfish is in the name of the... I mean, swordfish is in the name. Swordfish, but I sort of differentiate the two in my head. I wonder if that's a me thing or if that's just an English speaker thing. If, like, yeah, swordfish, distinct from fish. When I hear fish, I think like a small fish. I think like a small fish, you know, like a little small guy, right? Bigger fish, I feel like get sorted into different categories for me. Like, you know, like a shark, obviously. If you said a shark is a fish, I would say yes. But if you said, like, go look at that fish, and you meant a shark, I'd be like, what? You know, I wouldn't include it as a fish in that case, right? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I know it's arbitrary and weird. That's English, though. I think that makes sense. If someone said, go look at that fish, and they were talking about a shark, you'd be confused, right? I am talking about swordfish, though. I have no leg to stand on here. No leg to stand on. Everyone has their own. Yeah, that's true. English is and I'll say English as just the one I know, but languages in general are flexible things, and how they work in people's heads is, you know, up to them, basically. Lots of basic knowledge associations that are sort of standard, but it can depend. Yeah, totally. And also, you can use it wrong for fun if you like. That's fun, you know, if just, you know. There's no, I will always say, there's no right and wrong to language. You can always say things however you want, so long as you're understood. Your brain. Oh, come on, dude! Oh, this is a stealth sequence. Oh, I don't have the bongos! I don't have the bongos. God. I was trying to stealthily sneak up and play the bongos behind him, but I didn't have any bongos, so... Oh, you can kill him? You can kill him? Okay. That's good to know. I'll just shoot him from afar next time. That makes things a lot simpler. God. Orange gun or instrument. Okay. There's still a couple of bananas we can get in there, so let's do that. Really need to get to factory. That's, I think, the long and short of it. With what I have, do you know, I think... Seagull, do you know off the top of your head, in Fungi Forest, is it a feather door that is blocking funkies, or is it some other projectile? I think it's a feather door, which would mean I don't have what I need right now to get in there. But I could be mistaken. You know what? I also don't have that one. Feather and pineapple, yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. So currently still not getting funky and forest. So must be in factory then, right? Factory must be the key. I don't have the ponytail twirl, so I hope I don't need it here. Wait, this is... You wouldn't have it at this point of the game anyway, right? So... Ooh, can I just... I wonder if it's... Oh, you know what? It's fucking yes. Look at this. Time saver. Or castle, or... Yeah, I guess it could be... It's either... Factory or Castle or Castle 1. Castle candy, basically. But there's one Castle candy and there's 3 factory. So I'm feeling confident here. That's gonna be in factory. Logically, that weapon cannot be behind the thing. All right, let me get this next lanky move. We ought to. Jeez, there's so many places we can look right now. There's another shop it can be. Where? I think I already got all of them. There's... Yo, you're thinking Crankies. I thought Crankies in the overworld was, always empty. Always sold out because, you know, it's sort of like... Fuck. Did I play a 1.5 rando before? I did try out one. I did try out one off stream, but that was off stream, just as a test of this new tracker. And let me tell you, this tracker is lovely. I love it. I did find a door to the area where I did find a door that led to you know. That led to the tutorial area, and it was sold out. Oh, maybe it's just like... Is it just like that one of the locations is always sold out or something? Or is that just... Or... Because I swear, last time I was there, they were sold out. Okay, I need to put that on my tracker then, somewhere. I'll make that modification later then. If he's sold out, then he's empty. Gotcha. There's a chance for a shop to be empty. Gotcha. Okay, we'll keep that in mind that there is technically one more location it could be. It's just a fight? Well, I have peanuts, so I can do it. Whoa. Guys getting close. Is that all of them? There's a bat. There's a... Science books? Okay, let's see. Let me grab this. Who gets it? DK. Let's look at those books. Oh yeah. Monkey Book of Science by M. Nuts. M. Nuts is like the M. Night Shyamalan of this universe. Why is not there more fan material exploring who exactly M. Nuts is, and what he believes in, and what he likes? Who is M. Nuts? I tell you. I ask you. How do you get up there, up onto the boat? You have to wait until it's like in a good position or something? Is there a loading zone in the boat? There must be, right? Maybe. There is, okay. Look at that, there's also a banana. It's now all the way up there. Whoa, camera, hello. It's easier to reach with low water, but not impossible. Case in point, I reached it with high water. Do I just ground pound here? Is this a ground pound here, or? No, that was pretty much spot on. Oh, it's chunky. Okay. Gotta be the big boy. Oh, look at this. It's an actual underwater area. I noticed that some of these areas that we're getting into are matched out or matched up with who you would have to access it with. I don't have the punch. I don't have the punch. so I can't do this one. Sorry, Chunky. No punch, no minigame. No coincidence there. I just got punched by a starfish. Alright, that's that. Where's that rocket barrel? There it is. Let's fly up and get that, is that, oh, it despawned. Damn it. I can respawn it. Is that, that like, guitar thing, is that just what spawns in the boat? I'm guessing that's just what spawns in the boat. When you don't have it set up to skip long things. No, it's not? What does it do? Is it another thing I need to do that? Okay, next time when we're up there, I'll play the instruments. I just thought it was weird that there would be one exactly where another banana lands if it's not related. The lever in the lighthouse. Oh, wow. Does that mean that you don't have to go into the lighthouse at all? Oh, no, you know what? It does two things, doesn't it? It both spawns the boat and also another thing. That seems like a minigame. Oh, no, that's not a minigame. That's a guy. He has a... Does he have a loading zone? He does, doesn't he? Like you go into his mouth or something? Where is that motherfucker? Oh, you can't be Not Diddy. You can't be Not Diddy and expect the fish to be there. Okay. You think it's not randomized or something? Well, I'm just gonna continue not doing that then. That's fine. Right now, I should probably be focused on getting a bunch of load zones. So, let's go back to Japes. I feel like going back to Japes would be a good idea. What am I doing? I need to return to Isles to get out of here. We've seen most of the things we can do. Either Japes or Forest. Let's actually, you know what? There's a bunch of places we can get in Forest right now. In fact, here's two of them right here. This door, night door. It's night, so... Okay, this is boat. It's dark. Probably another easy banana. Minigame. We'll see if it's an easy minigame and act accordingly. At this point, we have 21 bananas.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I don't like this one that much. We'll give this one... I don't like this one. Let's pass. Pass. At this point, we have like nearly 30 bananas, and we need 40. So we just need 10. At this point, we're more constrained by moves than anything. So let's focus on getting more checks, more loading zones checked, and only you go for a banana if it seems really easy, and we can just snag it. Because there's loads of bananas we can just snag, no problem. Let's see if this is an easy bonus. I don't have the... Oh, yes, I do! I do have the monkey jump. It's all...
Welcome to bonus.
Okay, hang on. Whoa! I set it up so it's a random model. That's fucking good. That's pretty good. Okay. Look at this, we're doing fucking good. Come on, you fucking... Come on, you fuck. Get in there. Get in there. How about we just maybe let's look first on the yellow ones? Oh, come on. We were doing so well. N64, go. 3 more. Oh, oh. Yeah! We beaver bothered! That was no bother. Look at that. What's a pun? Seagull, hit us with a pun! We need a pun right now. I can think of no one better than Seagull to give us a pun. Yeah, I beat it first try, that's right. Give me a pun, Seagull. I did try some puns. I think my puns are not quite as good. I need a better pun. Oh look, this motherfucker now. Now I can kill this guy. You can't be bothered? Ah, damn it. Maybe next time then. I gotcha, you did. I know. Cannot be bothered. You know what? Maybe we should go from the other direction. Maybe the pun, maybe a more lucrative pun, one that's a little less obvious, would be to go from the beaver direction. I can't be... Well, that... I thought that would be very hard. Hang on, let me land and say that again. I don't think y'all heard me. I said I thought that would be very hard. Be very hard. This is is this? I think we found. This is castle. This is castle power up. Also, I'm off on my blueprint per count a little bit. Here we go, let's go! It's a general upgrade. It's a general upgrade. Oh well. I don't have orangutan, so I can't, like, easily run up the mushroom. So I'll have to, like... If I want to open all the doors in the mushroom area, I'll have to fly up as Diddy Kong to do that. But there are a bunch of places to check here. Why don't I just go ahead and go in these doors real quick before leaving here. Also, it's worth noting that I don't have the glide yet. It's worth noting that Seagull likes my pun. Liked my pun. Be very. I thought that would be very hard. Good pun. Puns are always best if you repeat them several times and explain in detail what makes them work. Okay, DK Diddy. Did they randomize the location of the mushrooms in the randomizer? I remember these being... I don't remember these being quite so spread out. This seems like a random arrangement. Purple, green, blue. Yeah, they did. That's good. I like it. It looks so wrong. It looks so goofy. All these guys just like spread out awkwardly around like a moon. But it's charming. You like it randomized. It's a mini game. Let's see what we got.
Welcome to bonus stage.
This is an easy one. I know now they do have the option to disable certain mini games. They have an option to like pick and choose which ones do and don't appear. And I'll say the ones that I would like to eliminate, that I've thought about eliminating, are the maze levels. Any of the maze bonuses, I don't like those at all. The maze bonuses. Who's that? Don't like the maze bonuses. Also, the maze bonuses. Maze bonuses. The minecart bonus. I think that one's kind of annoying. I'd probably have to do Beaver Bother just because I'm not that good at it. Usually it's just frustrating. Then again, you know what? I feel like if you just reduce the challenges to just be the easy ones, it's a little less interesting to go into a bonus barrel, isn't it? This is a whole area, but I don't think there's any bonus. There's no loading zones in this area. I think let's focus on bonus on I feel like at this point we don't have to really go out of our way for any bananas and just focus on finding factory. That's our priority now. Finding factory / maybe the tutorial area, which could also have a thing that we need. Though actually, factory does have... We know that there's one move that we have. Wait, let me try to say this in a way that makes sense. We know that there's 2 chunky moves left, so one of the chunky moves will be in factory. That said, it's not necessarily that it's going to be one that we need, so I guess we could just... It's possible that all we need to finish this game is in the tutorial area. My guess is that that factory will have a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, mark the factory candy. Good call, good call. Totally forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. We can open this door right now without going down and getting a jetpack. Let's see what we got. Japes, this is a good, I like how in this game you can do like a jump kick and jump out of it. A jump kick and jump out of it. That always feels good. Thanks for the heads up. That's a good pun. I'm surprised. Siegel, I'll say this. I'm surprised no one's ever said that during Mario Maker in the event that where I forget to mark off a head and forget to, you know, decrement a life. That would be a really great thing to say. Okay, come on, dude. This is just gonna respawn me at the start of the room, right? Yep. That's good. Oh, look at that! Another blueprint. We are so loaded for blueprints. Alright, and... Oh, we have 2 of those. Again, my count's a little off. It's fine, though. There must have been some blueprints I got along the way that I didn't count off properly. We've been in here before, right? Well, regardless of that, there's a free thing if you have the instrument and we don't. We don't have the instrument, so that's out. I want to get... There's another check I can get it over here on the mushroom pretty easily, but I do have to fly to get it. I am running a little low on crystal coconuts. I should really take a picture of a guy, by the way. I set it up so that we start off with the camera, so we don't have to worry about that. I guess also, speaking of the camera, we now have Mini Monkey. We can now go in the overworld to the small island and go through that loading zone. Alright, where's the other door? Oh, jeez. 2, 1. ran out of coconut juice. Take the picture of a guy? Well, I know that if you take a picture of a fairy, it recharges your coconuts, right? So take a picture of a guy. Of a fairy. A banana fairy. Okay, let's drop down on this. That's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna drop down on this and get into that door. Here we go. Pro moves, people. Easy. You can also go in. Oh wow, these igloos, we totally neglected them. You can do them. Looks like a wasp. I know, like the part. You know what? We should check all these loading zones right now. The ones that we have access to. That's just a smart thing to do. Well, actually, hang on. We only have access to 2 of them. Just saxophone and guitar, which this one. The banana fairies aren't wasps. They're little girls. They're, well, not little girls. They're women. They're ladies. Oh no. No, no, no. Wait a minute though. Exit to level? Dang it. You'd think that would take you into factory, but nah. Unless if you finish the race, it kicks you out here, right? Okay. There's other places we can check in Forest. Let's go check them. That guy continues to weird me out. In that case, it goes to the level that you came from. It's not a way to get into factory then. Despite technically being in factory. Alright, here's what I want to go to next. I'll go over this way. Boy, that guy. That guy looks right at night. He looks weird in the day. When you see that guy running around during the day. Don't look right. I mean, he has a flashlight. That's weird during the day. I don't think that security officers? That don't sound right either. I don't think the mall security carries flashlight during the day, only at night. This looks like an easy one. More books? Books indeed. I don't have any crystal coconuts. Rip. Well, what could they be called? Tomes? You could call a book a tome. There's a lot of fun words that you can use for book, if you were so inclined. This led somewhere, didn't it? Over there, I think you need the punch to go through that barn over there. What could they be called? Titled. Oh, okay. Shit. Okay. Anyhow, fuck, I forgot to look at the titles. That's right. Also, this is where this led to. That's right. Let's go through. I'm kind of out of crystal coconuts. Maybe there'll be a couple over there anyhow, and that'll help me get into that, yep, okay, here we go. This is, randomized loading zone, right? This is included. I just asked because I haven't seen... Oh, I don't have feathers yet, so I can't get that one. That's fine. It's funny, I don't think in any of the runs that I've done, I've actually gotten into the Great Fairy Room. I haven't actually seen that particular loading zone. Maybe it's somewhat rare to find that one. Speak of the devil. Well, he said that there were bound to be a number of vanillars in there. Apparently this is one of them. It is randomized normally, right? It's just... And I will say that I think the last time I checked, in the last scene, I think it did lead somewhere. I think that's also the first time I've actually seen the banana room in the emulator, in the randomizer. Usually there's just nothing there. Did I take the cannon? I did do the cannon, right? Yeah, I think I did. I can't remember where it goes, but I've definitely done the cannon. I would like to go to Jungle Japes. That's where I'd like to go next. There are 2 cannons. I mean, the cans with the load zones. You remember reading on the internet where all the bananas were on when you were younger? You feel old? Yeah, man. You're telling me. I remember when... Yeah, we definitely been here, I think, yeah. I remember being here and doing things. Man, I remember when you didn't read on the internet where things were. Yeah, we've been here. This just leads back to Castle. I remember when you didn't read on the internet where things were. You went out and you bought a strategy guide. In my closet, I have a strategy guide for this game. That if we ever got stuck, we could consult. If we so needed to. We got monkey port? We don't have monkey port. We do need monkey port as well. So there's actually, it's not just Chunky's moves that are essential. We also need monkey port.
Oh, banana.
I remember when I got this game, you know, one of my first games. One of my first 3D games after, you know, Banjo-Kazooie the year before. I was just so pleased. I loved it so much. I remember at the time, I was like, oh my god, why was I so obsessed with Pokemon? And I sort of swore off Pokemon for a few months until I, you know, came to my senses and you know, enjoyed Pokemon, which is good. Even if also, you know, this game is good as well. Or certainly, you know, I'll say I think like the base game maybe is okay, it's good. Okay, you know what? I'll say the base game is good. I do think the randomizer improves it by an order of magnitude. Playing the randomizer, honestly, this must be what it felt like at the time, right? This must have been what playing DK64 felt like at the time for me. Where I was just like, having fun running around, finding bananas, and collecting things. And going through doors and seeing what places were. And it was magical. Rather than like, you know... Nowadays, I feel like when I think of like stock DK64, you know, I feel like you think of like, it being a little bit tedious, you know? You think of like it being a little bit tedious. And now playing it randomized, it's like, oh shit! You know, you don't have to do everything. You don't have to worry about everything. Look at this, we found tutorial. Seagull is telling me that the cranky here might have something. And I guess we'll see it and see if we believe it. If they're sold out, I will say, oh, they have something. It's nothing though. It's just an ammo belt. Fun. Ugh. I need to add that to my... I'll put somewhere on my tracker for that. You thought N64 graphics were the best back in the day, but nowadays they look like... These games look like movies? You mean the other way? You thought they looked like movies back then? You mean new games look like movies is what you're saying. I gotcha. Yeah, I totally was in that camp of just like, oh my god, how can anything look better than this? When I saw, and it's not, I'll say it's not DK64 that gave me that. You know what it was? When I got Super Smash Bros. Melee, and I was like, holy shit, you can see Mario's denim. The denim, you can see it. How can graphics get better than this? And the answer is, well, they can't. TVs have to get better first for that to be a thing. But once they do get better, you're gonna see some serious shit. It was HD TV that really made it so that better graphics were possible. Before that, yeah, totally. You still love them? Yeah, yeah. I'll say, yeah, I'm totally of the camp of like saying that, yeah, Donkey Kong Country, for your rendered graphics, still looks beautiful. This game still looks good. I love the low poly look. You know, even though that was just the best they could do at the time, not like a style. But I think it looks great. No complaints or nothing. New games look, oh shit! Well, there's warp pads. In fact, I can warp up pretty high. In fact, we can go into this trash can now. That'll be a new warp zone. Let's see what's inside. Is the entrance of the maze a different... I'm not gonna do this one. We're pretty close now to 40 bananas. So what we're really looking for right now is just the load zone to get into Factory, which will have... And I say the load zone, a load zone. This is still not Factory. The entrance... I'm just asking, like, I've already... Here's what I'm asking. I'm asking, I've already exited the maze. You know, come out this end. I've already exited the maze. Is the exit and entrance the same load zone? Or are they two separate load zones, disconnected? If that makes sense. I guess let's go in and find out if this leads to somewhere where we've been before. Separate, and let's see. This is also Castle. I didn't know you could switch characters without hitting an attack barrel. Sorry. Here's the thing, Tody Tot. This is the randomizer, and there are a number of quality of life features that it has. One of which is that I can switch characters automatically just by hitting the button. How does this door open? Do I have to punch it open? Seagull also with the helpful answer. I'm not sure, but did I go in here? Did I go in here earlier? It's very cool, and I'll say that it makes the game a lot more... Oh yeah, I've been in here. Yeah, it's good. It makes the game a lot more pleasant to just go through, that you can just relax and not have to worry about which Kong you're playing as. Thank you for the follow, Tody Tots. I'll tell you, if you're curious what I do here on this channel, my main thing is Mario Maker, actually. I do a lot of viewer levels on Mondays and Fridays. I also do variety streams on Thursdays, where I just sort of do, you know, whatever I like, whatever I feel like. In this case, I did a full playthrough of Kaze. Now I'm doing a full run of of the randomizer, DK64 Randomizer. Been in this. Don't want to mess with him. I don't think we've been here before, but yeah, it's just funky for us. Let's keep moving. You have a hunch where factory could be? It could be in any. It could be in any place. That's the pad that opens the library, right? There's a couple of places in Japes we haven't checked, so I think Japes is a great place for us to go. I guess, you know, I said that I think 40 bananas would take around 2 hours, and if you get lucky with the load zones, it totally can. Maybe it'll take more like 2.5. So I feel like we're gonna be good for the Randomizer Roulette with 40 bananas as the goal. By the way, Toady Tot, let me tell you about the Randomizer Roulette. The Randomizer Roulette is a plan I have for Extra Life, where I'm gonna be doing 4 randomizers, and basically I have a thing where like every 5 to 10 minutes it's gonna automatically switch games between the 4 randomizers, and my goal is to finish all of them within a 12-hour Extra Life stream. And I'll also be, you know, taking donations for Extra Life and all that. And all that business. I'm at 26, so I'm a little off my count. It's all good. Why is the door closed? I guess I have to kill the spider. No, they respawn. Why is the door closed? Well, maybe I have to kill all the enemies and they're gonna spawn in more until... Gotcha, okay. It's weird because you can get the thing before that happens. You can get the golden banana before you finish. Huh, I guess you are intended to not do that, though. Guess I somehow got that a little early, question mark? Well. Alright, I think that's all that's here. You know what? You know what I think it's time for? Let's turn in our blueprints. We got a fuck ton of blueprints. Let's start with DK and work our way down. We might have enough to get, you know, up to 40 bananas right now, at which point we would need no more bananas, just moves. Be right back, no problem, man. By the way, I still got cards. These are a thing I do here on this channel. I'll bring up like a card that has something I want to talk about on it. In this case, it's the final card that I have, the weather. The other day, I stepped outside, you know, to like, you know, go get some food or whatever, and I realized it was like 60 degrees outside. That's very cold, by the way, if you don't use Fahrenheit. That's like, well, it's not extremely cold, but for Texas, it's cold, man. And, you know, I stepped out again the other day and found that, again, it was still fucking cold out there. Yesterday, it was still like 60 degrees, but this time during the daytime. Pretty fucking surprised how cold it was. But I suppose that's the season. And also, I will say today, it was more like high of like 79, you know, kind of hot, but not too hot, and in the evening, kind of nice and mild. We're at the time now where, like, you need to consult a weather app before you go outside, because you might need whoops, wrong person. Oh, no, that's the right person. We're good. It's the time where you might need to consult a weather app to find out if you need to grab a sweatshirt or not, or if you need to go out in shorts or in proper-ass long pants. We got 40. 40 is all we need. It's cold in Arkansas. You finally turned on the heat. Yeah, Yeah, I turned on the heat the other day because of that. Just for a bit, you know. I will say I like it cold at night. I like it very cold. I like it so... Here's my goal with nighttime temperatures, right? I want it to be so cold that I don't want to get out of bed for no reason whatsoever. You know, I want it to be so cold that I'm just going to be like, no, man, I'm going to snuggle up and be happy and not get out of bed. That is the goal of my temperature settings, basically. Did I go in the museum already? I can't remember, but it'll be a quick check. I like to set it at like 66 degrees. Oh yeah, this is just the top of the thing. By the way, this is the loading zones are randomized if you're wondering. Usually they don't lead to random places all over the place. But part of the randomizer is that you'll just go in and you can set it up where you go in a door, you come out some other door and you just don't know. You turn it off at night, but hate freezing when you get out of bed. Yeah, you need to... I need to get in the habit of, like, when it comes time to, like, be awake, it's time to turn on the heat and get, like, a heat where it's unpleasant to stay in bed after a certain time, and then I won't be tempted to, you know, go back to sleep, which is, you know, helpful and shit. That's what I really ought to do. I don't do that now. Usually I just keep it cold. And, you know, if I'm cold, I can just snuggle up under a blanket, and that's nice and comfy. You know, I don't snuggle up under a blanket on stream ever. But I will tell you, I do have a nice green blanket that I use all the time when I am off stream. I don't know, I have a little pride, I guess. I don't want y'all to see me just like all snuggled up, all cozy and warm. I don't think I've ever seen a streamer, well, maybe on a GDQ stream once or twice during a night shift. I don't think I see streamers often just all snuggled up, nice and comfy. But maybe that would be nice if I was. Would y'all think it nice if you saw me just like all nice and snug in a in a nice blanket? What's prideful about that? I guess there's no pride. There's no. I think this is a new load zone we haven't been in. Ooh, we're inside the mushroom. We haven't been here before. There's a bunch of load zones here. Let's go. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Hell yeah, I know that's true, but like, I got a little bit of pride, you know? A little bit of pride. And you know, it's like Pulp Fiction, right? It's like Pulp Fiction, like pride just fucks with you. That's what the guy in Pulp Fiction says, as he's trying to convince him to rig a fight. Or, you know, be bought out. Pride never helps, it only hurts. That's the speech. Which, by the way, that scene in Pulp Fiction, that fucking rules. I love Pulp Fiction. I'll tell you, I guess you know, I used to have, and when I had an office, when I worked out of an office, I work from home now, the AC was always ballroom, not factory. The AC was always really inconsistent, so, you know, sometimes you'd be freezing your ass off at, like, normal times, right? So you had to, like, how do I explain this? So in order to counteract that, because my cubicle would be really fucking cold. Okay, new place. My cubicle would be really fucking cold, so I had a blanket in my cubicle, and I would snuggle up in it whenever it was cold. And you know, another coworker said to me once, you know, hey, we're all engineers here. We don't. Who cares, right? And no, I do think that's true. You know, I do think that's true. That's a weird thing to say. I do think that makes sense as a thing, right? Because if there was some stuffy corporate guy hanging about, you'd be like, yeah, okay, You know, they don't like to see us, you know, coders or whatever. Oh, God. That's a good loading zone. This leads to lower in the mushroom. Right there. Okay, well, that's the last place to check here. You know, if there wasn't the return to level option, this would be a soft lock. You'd be soft locked here without the ability to do a thing. I don't mind not having a blanket on. It's fine, and I honestly do really like showing off all these lovely, cool T-shirts that I have. I have so many T-shirts. I like to show them off, and the stream is a great opportunity to do that. Just check out this one. It has Ridley doing like a Sonic Adventure 2 pose. It's a good shirt. The doors... Wait, is the funky door... Wait a minute. We're gonna feel really foolish, but... Possibly, but wait a minute. Because of the setting, is the funky door open? It's a Yeti. It was a limited time shirt from the Yeti. It was either a GDQ shirt, you know, there's usually like GDQs. It's open by default. I forgot about that. I forgot that it's open now. Oh, I was waiting until I got the Dixie feathers. Yeah, there, it's open. Oh, God damn it. We could have gone here from the beginning. Oh my God. Tell me, tell me it has... I did... Well, whatever, it only has like a lanky move, okay. I didn't realize they were open. I thought we had to get... I thought we had to get a thing. Yes, it's your fault. Yeah. Yeah, it is my fault. I totally played through it with the open settings, and I did last time go here, and totally was able to go in. I just totally fucking slipped my mind. Let's see. We want to go back to the mushroom now. Geez, just saying the word mushroom makes me think of House of the Dragon. Because there's a character named Mushroom, apparently, that's a big part of the book the book that is, the book it's based on, that people have been talking a lot about. Lanky Slopes exits are now in random. What's that? House of the Dragon is the HBO show, Game of Thrones sequel, if you don't know it. Seagull. Mushroom is a character from that, or from the book anyway. I don't think he really plays a part in the thing. Let's see. Which way is the door? Yes. There aren't DK64 races? You think they would be. DK64 Randomizer races, I mean. I think someone would race that. Okay, here's the door. Let me try to remember which way it is. It's to the way... Okay, here's the easy mnemonic. Is this a mnemonic? It's the way that Lanky is looking in the picture. Come on! We've been in the chunky door. We've been in the chunky door, Seagull, the one that you hit with the chunky switch for. Are there two lanky door switches? The switch opens two doors. Gotcha. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Also, I didn't need to take that switch because that warp, because the entrance to the world leads to that mushroom. So I could have just taken a little shortcut there, but it's fine, whatever. Right now, literally all we need to do... Oh, the fuck robot. All we need to do is find our way to factory, and we've won. And it's all over. Well, it's not all over, but it's 90% over. Okay, yeah, there's 2 doors. I can see that now. The way that he's facing, first off. This is castle, right? Castle. No, nothing there. Is the other way just the other way, like the opposite direction? There's not that many warp zones to factory, I guess. That's why it's so rare, right? Is this it? I don't think I've been here, so yeah. I think we're done with Mushroom now. Where are we going next? Did I already go through the tiny door here? I definitely went through the night door. I forget if I went through the tiny door. Let me check. I think the key might be in Japes. Oh yeah, we went through here. Need to make sure we don't accidentally quit game, by the way. Exit to aisles. That's what we'll do. And is there a really fast way back to Japes? Yes, there is. World Aztec door that leads us to Japes. Hey, hey, here we are in Japes. What's up, motherfuckers? Save states? Yeah, that'd be a good idea as a precaution. And also, if we did, like... I'll do that, yeah. There we go. If we were to lose, like, if there were to be a crash or whatever, we would start here anyway. Of course, I will say during the... I have done, by the way, I've done some tests for the Randomizer Roulette. And I have found some issues. In particular, there's some sound issues during Minish Cap. But... it's just... I was able to get it working. I think we might be... I think that might be the best that it could work. I just have to swallow those sound issues and just deal with it. Not exactly ideal, but what are you gonna do? That's basically my thought there. Okay, this is Submarine and Gloomy Galleon. Now is an exciting time just because, and I will say, I will argue that this is an exciting time. I know it kind of looks like I'm just wandering places, but we got everything we need and just one, just the right door, and we're golden and we're good and we don't have to do anything else. There's one more door. Let's see. We need Lanky Kong to go up there. Oh, that's nuts. I mean, that's Diddy. Let's see, is this gonna be factory? Is this gonna be factory? I'm gonna start yelling out, is this gonna be factory before we walk into every load zone? This is not factory. We're kind of out of places in this level that we can check from this place. The second loading zone in where does this lead, by the way? I don't know if we've actually checked this one. Oh. Oh, we've been here before, maybe. Actually, I don't know if we've been here before. Maybe just to the other end. And this will totally be another... No, wait. There's another tiny door over there. Let's go through it. Thought the factory was across the water from Donkey Kong's Island. It is. It is totally tots. The thing is, this is loading zones are randomized, so basically I walk in any door, I end up somewhere random. That's what's going on here. We were looking for... Ah! We found it! Oh, shit! Here we are, folks. It's fucking... We got it! We're in factory, folks. Let's go! Still learning. It's not a normal thing with the game. It's just a randomizer fun mode that we do to make it a little more random. Personally, I think I wouldn't have it with any other way because the thrill of finding factory or finding, you know, the way to a world, it's just so good. You know, the first time you walk into the caves, you're just like, oh, and also I'm gonna make that factory label be highlighted. The first time you walk into the thing, and by the way, we do have enough bananas to win, but you know what? We'll collect a 41st one for luck. We only need 40 though. 2 of the item guys are right here. Let's see what they got for us. Okay, I think pretty good chance that ponytail twirl. You know what? I probably should have put. You know what? I loading zones randomized. Okay, I'm gonna put that in the title. That's, you know, that's important information to have at any time. It can be hard to understand without that context. What's going on? We got the ponytail twirl. Let's see. Lanky's got one. Technically, I don't think we need any more moves from Lanky, actually, but shit, man, I'll learn the trombone terror. Unless I don't have to. The loading zones are different from vanilla. How do you mean the loading zones look? What do you mean? Loading zones are different from vanilla. I guess you can tell pretty quickly. You know, just like, oh, you walk through a thing and where are you? I guess if you don't know the game, it might seem normal though. If you don't know the game, you might be like, oh, I guess the factory door leads to the jungle. The jungle's in the factory. I think that's the last thing we need. Oh, that's not true. We need monkey port as well. We might need to go to the last of the guys. Last of the move givers. Depending on 50-50 chance here. Feathers. Okay. We got... It's feathers. We still need to go to the last location and get the last final set of moves. Oh, we could possibly need bongos? I think that the I thought that I thought that the instrument doors were open during the thing. You'll always love the Nintendo version of Candy Kong? You mean from like later games? Yeah, I'm picturing that render now. If I'm picturing the right one, the one from like later DK games, post rare buyouts. Got what you mean. All right. Actually, not that long, not that bad of a trip. Just a little walk here, then we will do a thing. Oh. I really would like it if all the Kongs had different mobility options. You know? I do think a thing that was a little weak about this game is that the Kongs are pretty interchangeable, which kind of makes it a little weird that you can't just switch between them at any time. But, you know, in this randomizer making it so that you can, it's actually fine that they're the same because they're kind of just like, you know, different... They're all just taking the lead to do a little thing. And it's not really important, like, what it's not really important for them to be that different. Super Nintendo when she blew kisses? Oh, I see what you mean. You mean the DKC 1, 2, 3. Or particularly, maybe the third game. Alright, final move here. It's the monkey port. We also have the camera for the whole time. We must have gotten the Super Sniper Scope at some point because that is all the places in the game. We have checked every Kong helper. It is now time to exit to aisles. Jeez. Save state before entering helm. That's a good idea, yeah. I'm not sure how I'll do it for like the Randomizer Roulette. Honestly, today's run, let me see, we've been going for like 2.5 hours. Today's run is definitely in the ballpark of like what I want the Randomizer Roulette's DK64 portion to be. So maybe we'll just do with a quick hideout helm without any stuff to it for the Randomizer Roulette. And also just a one-phase K. Rool fight. We'll save soon as we get into... Get here. Here we go. Excuse me while I do a save state. That was longer than I expected. And I'll say, like, the last 2 times I did it, it was more like a hour. It was more like an hour and a half for 30 bananas, and 2 hours for 40 bananas. It's just that this time the factory eluded me. And you know, that's the randomizer for you. Sometimes you're gonna get good luck, sometimes you're gonna get bad luck. There's an order to this, isn't there? We have to do 2 of these. We have to do 2 of these rooms. That's what I set it up for. And I think that should be pretty doable. Eh? Oh, do we still have to go inside them? That's kind of weird. I guess some of them start off solved and some of them... I thought there was an order. Maybe there's not an order here in the randomizer. You can just do whatever you like. You only need to add to the active ones. Got it. So basically just run in and see, like, are there any, like, barrels in there? No, turn around. Thank you for the tip. That's gonna help a lot. And I guess we can look over here and see that red, green, red, green. Wait, Diddy Kong. The ones that are glowing, is that like the ones we have to do? We have to do Diddy Kong and Chunky Kong, is that right? Yep, okay. Diddy Kong's is up here, right? Yes. Alright, we figured out what we need to do. Diddy Kong, Chunky Kong. And we have 21 minutes to do it. A little over 21 minutes. No beaver bother, no beaver bother.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Panic, that's easy. I'll tell you, when I was looking over what like bonuses you can disable, and I'll tell you, I don't honestly remember like all of them by heart, so I wasn't sure. Also, by the way, are the times that these guys take to come back randomized now? Are these guys like respawn times randomized? It seemed like it might be. And Beaver Bother cannot spawn in hell. Good to know. Sorry, lady. Not randomized or randomized, yes. Might be random vanilla.
Welcome
Not
to
sure,
bonus
yeah.
stage.
I always thought you could just do it where, like, you do, like, you know, go across the top and just repeat that repeatedly, and you'd be good. But it almost looks like here that, oh god, they are very needy. By the way, I hope the audio isn't too loud here. Well, let me know if ever you can't hear me. I will adjust. Jesus, I just fed you. Ten seconds. Oh god. I don't remember it being quite that tight. I feel like that. I feel like those heads. Ooh. The minigame music is super loud. Gotcha. Too good? Thank you. Thank you, Totally Tots. Alright, let's go on down and do the last thing. I think for the Randomizer Roulette, we'll skip Helm. I just don't want to risk. You know, these minigames are fine, actually. I do feel like there is some risk of, like, not being able to do it. I mean, I guess maybe the solution then would be like, okay, one of them, or honestly, two of them is not that hard. I don't want to have to create a save state at any point, other than the ones that it's automatically making as part of the Dishawk Shuffler. That too is fine. We'll think of it. We'll think about it. There is a lot of time before Extra Life to consider plans and to figure out how exactly we're going to do it. There we go. I also feel with that last bonus, by the way, as far as sound goes, there was a lot of like, you know, pop, 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 you know, cannon noise.
Welcome
It was
to bonus
probably
stage.
pretty. Okay, this one's a hard one. I'm not sure if. Actually, hang on. This is easy this time. It's spinning a lot slower than it did last time I played this. Oh, it is speeding up every time though. I don't think BizHawk the emulator can be made to work. Unfortunately. I'm not sure if there is a way to like switch out like which core of Jesus. Nope. Oh god. Nope. Bad luck. I said it was easy, but
Welcome to bonus stage.
this is the last bonus, so let's do it. Oh, and we can just remember, like, grape, watermelon. I think grape was before, and then pineapple. Oh, come fucking... I hit the button on time. There we go. This here is the... God damn it. We can restart the thing.
Welcome to bonus
And we're going to
stage.
do that. The second level is definitely the Goldilocks there. Perfect middle ground between too fast and too slow. Okay, go. He's laughing because it went under 15 minutes. That's why K-Rool just laughed. 10 seconds. Okay. Good night, Toddle. Toddy, that's how you say it. Can't wait to see more of
Welcome
the
to bonus
streams.
stage.
Let me say, I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Mario Maker viewer levels. That's the next stream. At the end of the stream, I'll also put that on screen, but right now, I really can't take a digression right now to talk about the full schedule, but I do have one that I can make appear on screen, and will later. These reels have 6 sides. What the fuck was that even? That like went... Sometimes it like snaps immediately. Sometimes I feel like it's... goes like multiple guys before ending. God.
Welcome to bonus stage.
14 minutes. I know how to do this. This isn't like Beaver Bother. I don't need any member of our representative, any member of the American government to explain to me how to do this. I know how to do this. God, fuck. Look for coconut. Pineapple. Damn it. Do you know I'm a member of a government? Not the U.S. government.
Welcome to
That
bonus
is,
stage.
if we are to have Beaver Bother explained to us, we're gonna need a member of the member of the Congress. Specifically. A senator wouldn't know. I mean, I love Bernie Sanders, but I don't think he knows about beaver bother. It's not in his wheelhouse. God, there must be people who have asked Bernie Sanders, how do you beat beaver bother? That's gotta be a thing. What do you think he does the rest of the time? Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Alright, Batty Barrel Bandit, let's go. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds to do it. This isn't so hard. God damn it. God damn it. Ooh.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Bonus stage. Welcome to bonus stage. Let's go. Let's do it. Woo. If we do, I'm gonna take this one out of the. You know, if we do hideout helm for randomizer roulette, I'm gonna take a few bonuses out of the rotation. Just because I don't like them, not because they're hard. I mean, that's part of it, but. Out of the rotation. I mean, you know,
Welcome
the thing
to
that allows you
bonus
to
stage.
control which bonuses appear and which ones don't. Oh, I'm in. You know, part of the problem is that I'm not really a gambling man. I don't like to gamble. So I don't really know the slot machines that well. Grape. Watermelon. God damn it. We don't have time to do that anymore. Oh.
Welcome to bonus stage.
K-Rool is fucking laughing over there. I know there's, like, grape, watermelon, grape, watermelon, grape, pineapple, grape, watermelon, grape, pineapple, grape, watermelon, grape, pineapple, grape, watermelon, grape, watermelon, grape, pineapple.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Grape, watermelon, grape, pineapple. Grape, Watermelon. Grape. Pineapple. Grape. Watermelon. Grape. Pineapple. Grape. Watermelon. Grape. Pineapple!
Well done!
Oh my god, that was fucking... It probably would have been better if I had figured out like the exact pattern to do that so it's a little faster. But that was like... That was fucking close, man. Jesus. I was wondering for a second if my way was gonna work. You know, like maybe I would run out of time like the second before. And you really have to like learn, you know, the other pattern. You know what I mean? Because there's 2 sets of bananas in there. So really, if you could learn 2 different fruits for each position, it would go a lot better. There's a pattern to do it easy. Tell me, Seagull, what exactly should I have done there? Is there like a pattern where I just hit the button, doot 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 doot, and it'll all work out? Each reel has 6 sides, so I guess then you could just like count to 6 each time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reel 1 and 3, 2 icons. 1 banana, 2 icons. 1 banana. Ooh. Let's exit the aisle. I have it set in so that the key is automatically turned in. So K Lumsy is loose. And that means it's time to go fight K Rool. It took around 3 hours. Oh, and I also have been in Helm, and I got the key. And when we kill K Rool, I'm gonna highlight K Rool in the tracker. That'll be the final thing. All right. Let's go. And this is just one phase K Rool. I set it up so I only need to do one phase. I think I've done all the other ones in isolation before. The previous randomizer runs, and I kind of don't like to do them. This one's fine though. Also, I think it's sped up a little bit from vanilla. There's only 3 hits instead of 4 because there's an option for speeding up boss fights. I like that option a lot, by the way. I bet it makes all the other boss fights a little less tedious as well. It's probably good across the board, not just for this boss fight. Here we go. K Rool is down. That took around 3 hours. Around 2 hours and 55 minutes, including parts where I vamped or like talked to the crowd or whatever. That's about right. Yep, I think 40 bananas is about right. I've also, you know, I'll say the other day I did a run of this where it took me... I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit. I did a run of this where it took me like 2 hours flat. So it can be a little variable from around 2 hours to around 3, but I think that's about right for the Randomizer Roulette, which again is a thing I'm doing for Extra Life, where I'm going to be playing through 4 randomizers over the course of 12 hours, and I want each to take up around a fourth of the stream. Not a third, jeez. Though some of them might be shorter or longer based on luck and what else, but, you know, that's the fun. And, you know, I want to finish as many of these as I can. That'll be good. Folks, that there is a stream. We've done the thing. We beat K. Rool. Right now, Funky Kong is doing his business. Let me pull up the schedule. And, well, first I'll put up the schedule, but also let me say, stream anniversary, November 2nd. It's going to have viewer worlds, which is like viewer levels, but instead of moving on when I finish a level, instead I play as many levels within 15 minutes as I can per viewer. And then, you know, moving on to the next one. Only moving on to the next one after that, basically, if that makes sense. Ugh. It'll be a whole thing. Also, Sonic Adventure 2, switching back and forth between dark and light. Should be a bit of fun. I like streams like this. Also, Randomizer Roulette is coming. But that's all in November. Let me tell you about the normal stuff that I do. And the streaming schedule, it's right here. Mondays, I'm doing Grab by the Ghoulies. And viewer levels, as usual, that's sort of the pair. Grab by the Ghoulies is, of course, a spooky game. And I am on track to finish that, you know, probably on Halloween itself, which is in 2 weeks. Thursdays are a variety nights. This week I did Kaze and the Wild Mass, a full playthrough of that, and after that I did this whole full randomizer thing, which was also fun. Jeez, it's been a long night, huh? Doing those 2 things back to back. I like a long night though. Fridays are shorter streams, starting around 6 p.m. Central, around 2.5 hours, I would say, of viewer levels. That is the next time I will be back online. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central. Folks, thanks for joining me. Thanks for coming by. Thanks, Team Kayla, for the big raid near the start of the stream when we were playing Kaze. That was fantastic. Always enjoy seeing your viewers coming by. That was like 5 hours ago, by the way, for those who you weren't there then. Let me see who's streaming right now. I see Good Games Well Played is streaming. I see Alter Mentality is streaming. It's playing Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. That's pretty good. I see Smells Peachy is streaming. Let's see. I think we could go with I Ate Your Pie. I wonder if I Ate Your Pie has alerts turned off for people under, like, for raids of under 3. That's always a risk you take when you raid a big streamer. Let me see if Pie is playing Ocarina of Time Randomizer, so that's kind of an appropriate thing. You know what? Let's send you over to there. That's also a randomizer, and I think that's pretty fun. Let's do that. Let's do raid I Ate Your Pie. Very cool speedrunner, streamer, very popular. Currently has like 1,000 people watching. So, you know, the 3 or 6 of us that are going over probably won't make that big of a dent, but still will be good. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that raid in. Let's go over and you know, the alert might not go off. I'm not sure if there is one for stream for raids of our size, but either way, I think it's a fitting raid. And I really do like I Ate Your Pie a lot. I once had a level in a Mario Maker blind race thing that he was putting together. And also I really like the Paper Mario runs he has done on occasion for GDQs and stuff and in general. And yeah, that's enough ramping. Folks, I'll be back again tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raid, Kayla. Thanks for the follows, everyone who followed today. It's been a good night. Good night.